Hello, everyone. Welcome to Donna Just Being Real. My channel's about dating, love, relationships, and toxic relationship advice channel. All right, we're gonna get back into this with the sewer rat, and we're gonna be focusing on today is sewer rat, Darrell, Brooks, enablers, grandma, and mama. Okay, so we're gonna focus on the what was it, the second day of sentencing when people speaking on his behalf. hmm So we're gonna talk a little bit about it, enablers. And also, I want to say is, when people do who watch a replay, please feel free to hit the like button and share your thoughts and opinions in the comment section. Let me know, what do you think of this? Do you think they are enablers or not? Do you feel that they basically it was their reason, it was because of them that he became the way he is? I don't know. Just put in the comment section, chop it up. Let me know. All right. And also, I want to get a little bit. My channel's about dating, love, relationships, and toxic relationships. I use trial stories, I use crime stories, and I also do emanations. You can go and check out my playlist. And I talk about different things that's happened in relationships, the good and the bad and the ugly, and the toxic relationship. So I use these things as a teaching tool. My channel's more of a teaching channel, so you can learn from it. So you can watch out for the red flags when you're dating, because not everybody comes into your life with good intentions. But there are some good people. Okay. So we're gonna get into this one. If you look at this picture here, I found this picture. Isn't it crazy? Tell what y'all think. This is sewer rat, baby sewer rat, with his Mickey Mouse hat. See, I told you. Look, he look like a sewer rat. See the ears, right? And they go, grandma, grandma. All right. And here's another picture of grandma. There she go. They go, grandma. There she go. There she go. All right. And they go, grandma and mama. So we're gonna talk about them. Okay. And hopefully everybody's having this a great day. I know people's probably at work or something. I don't know if you're off. I know I'm off today. Tomorrow's Thanksgiving. Gobble, gobble, gobble. Isn't that great? Tomorrow's Thanksgiving. Gobble, gobble, gobble. All right. So we're going to get into this one here. And I'm going to read an article. First, let me greet some people that's in here. And the people that's watching me play, please feel free to look in the comment section and to look for timestamps. And also, if you want to reach out to me for coaching, or you have a viewer's request, or you need, help with dating, relationships, advice, and stuff like that, feel free to contact me. My email address is in the description and about page. All right. So let me just quickly greet the people that's in here before we get into this one. All right. Melvia Shepherd says she taught him how to be a demon. Make sure everybody votes, votes, votes. All right. Shay TV said that sewer rat mother has blood on her hands. I understand. Marlene, blessings to you, blessings to you. Purple hearts, purple hearts. All right. Where this Shepherd says she let him have her car. That's what I let her have the car. Yeah, we're gonna get into that one. She let him have her car after he ran over his ex-girlfriend. She should be in jail too. Yeah, I don't understand that. You gotta be kidding me. All right. You gotta be kidding me. Yes, baby sewer rat. Okay, what else we got here? All right, hello from Mid Coast Marine. All right, Maine, excuse me, Maine. And blessed to you, good to have you here. All right, Carlene. Okay, Carlene. My name is Carlene. And welcome to Donna's Place. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Now, dating, love, relationships, and toxic relationships. All things relationships. Okay, so we're going to get into this one here, all right? Just give me a second here. First, I'm going to start off with, wait a minute. I'm so sorry because I started here uh, late. Okay. Now let me get into this one here. All right, I started here late. Let me just read this article real quick, and then as I read the article, then we're going to get into the footage. Okay. All right. Now this article that I have here, just let me know real quick before I start. Does everybody hear me clearly? Just let me know everybody hear me clearly, and also put down the state that you're from, if you don't mind. I like to know where everybody's, reaching out from. Just let me know. Do you hear me clearly before I start reading? You should be able to. Okay, we got a good sound here. Okay, now let me get into this article. All right. Now, this article came out online TMJ4 Milwaukee. And this came out, when did it come out? This came out November 15, 2022. All right, so the article is Darrell Brooks' grandmother's update statement after day one of sentencing hearing. Please know that this is my prayers that my grandson will humbly apologize and ask of all of you and God for forgiveness for the horrible deed. The update statement reads. Wichita, Wisconsin, excuse me. Darrell Brooks' grandmother plans to speak in favor for him during his sentencing on Wednesday. After numerous victims read their impact statement on Tuesday, Mary Darlene Edwards is updated the statement that she will read in court. Now, that's the lady you see in the picture. That's Grandma. All right. On Monday, 80-year-old Edwards shares her remarks for the courts with TMJ4 News, which focus on raising awareness of mental health issues. On the first day of the sentencing, Tuesday, dozens of victims and family members spoke to the courtroom and Brooks directly after their pain nearly a year after Brooks drove his SUV through the Waukesha Christmas parade, killing 6 people and hurting more than 60 others. This is so sad. And he don't have no remorse, no empathy. All right, resume reading. Brooks' mother also released a victim's impact statement to read Wednesday. You can read the PDF. Oh, okay, let me skip that part. Oh, wait a minute, let me skip that part. I'm sorry. Okay. All right. As the victims and the family members spoke, Brooks could be seen rolling his eyes, smacking his chest, and slowly clapping, which he was. That was just so rude because he doesn't care. That's what I'm talking about with these sociopaths. They don't have no empathy, no remorse. Resume reading. Courts will resume for day two of sentencing on Wednesday, and Brooks' family and supporters will have a chance to speak. Edward has requested to speak remotely from Zoom. That's the grandma. Surat's grandma. Edward says that Surat has lived with bipolar since he was 12 years old. She emphasized that he needs help and not punishment. He needs help, not punishment. Let me tell you something. Like I said before, there's a lot of people out here that's suffering from bipolar. They don't go out here and kill people. Nah, that's just not their thing. Okay? They don't do stuff like that. Oh boy. All right, resume reading. Please know that this is my prayer that my grandson will humbly apologize and ask all of you and God for forgiveness for the horrible deed, Edwards said in her updated statement. According to her statement, Edwards became a certified mental health coach following the parade tragedy. Oh, so right after the tragedy, she wanted to become a health coach. Interesting. Brooks was convicted on 6 counts of intentional homicide. Each carries a mandatory life sentence. Judge Jennifer Darrell has the discretion to allow eligibility for parole. She must also rule on 70 other counts after the victims have their say in court. Tuesday evening, she shared her update statement that she plans to share in court on Wednesday. All right, now let's see what Grandma Surat had to say. This is her statement. And I'm gonna show the video for you. BG, hugs and kisses to you, beautiful. All right. My name is Dr. Mary Darlene Edwards. I am the grandmother of Surat, and I asked to be here today for 2 reasons. First, from the bottom of my heart, I want to offer my sincere apologies to the families of those who have lost their precious grandmother and the family of the little boy, and to all those whose lives have been damaged by the overwhelming a tragedy caused by my Surat grandson. As a minister of the gospel of Jesus Christ, I want to give you this promise from the scripture. Blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted. Mhm. Get a load of this one. Please know that it is my prayer that my grandson will humbly apologize and ask all of you and God for forgiveness for this horrible deed. See what I'm saying? You got to be kidding me. This is crazy. I resume reading. I have heard that some of you have said that you will never forgive Surat. Hopefully, you will not be like the man who drank poison and hoped his enemies would die. Unfortunately, it's a horrible disease, just like mental illness. Come on, you know what? This is not good because people out here that's suffering from bipolar, you make it seem like they're all killers. They'll do stuff like, get out of here. See, you didn't diagnose him. You didn't have him check to see if this man has a personality disorder called narcissism, antisocial personality, histrionic, borderline personality, or psychopath. You didn't have that check, did you? No, you didn't. You probably knew, but you just want to sweep it up under the rug. All my thoughts and opinions, ladies and gentlemen. Let me resume reading. Almost done. Truly, there has been many losses because of this tragedy. Surette's mother has lost a son. Oh, I have lost a grandson. Oh, and Surette's children have lost their father. Oh my gosh. I think this is a blessing for Surette's children. First of all, he wasn't even paying child support, was he? I think one of his kids he never even seen. He tried to run down one of his baby mothers with a car. I think Surette's children are doing way better off without having him. But too bad, for they're gonna be haunted for the rest of their life because who their father is. You see? See what I'm saying? And Surette has lost his mind and his life in the outside world. You see? There we go. So we're supposed to feel sorry for this, right? Everybody supposed to feel sorry for this, right? Yeah, you gotta be kidding. Almost done. There's more to the madness. Darrell's behavior, including his voice, should get the attention of the power that be, both near and far, to address mental health issues in a way that will make a critical difference. Truly, we must start with the younger generation. Oh, she's trying to get to the younger generation. Darrell has lived with bipolar disorder since the age of 12, and that disorder drove his impulses. Yeah, they do have impulses, but not to kill. The man drove through the crowd with a grin on his face. He didn't care. But she's not talking about that, right? I resume reading. It is my prayer that he be treated for the illness and managed in a facility that addresses mental health concern. No, there's no help for him. These cluster B personalities, these psychopaths, narcissists, histrionic, there's no medication, nothing for them. Especially if you don't catch it when they're young. It's a possibility you can help them when you catch them when they're young, like elementary, middle school. When they become adults, oh, nope, they're just a danger to society. That's basically it. Okay. All right, hold a second. I'm almost here. I'm sorry. Almost done. Finally, I'm 80 years old. Oh, and finally, I'm 80 years old, and I have been an ordained minister of the gospel of Jesus Christ for 47 of my 80 years. If you look at my background, ooh, she getting her background. See, there we go. Show off. All righty. You will see that God has used my life to bring the positive change in multitudes of residents in the city of Detroit and beyond. I share this information not to boast. Yeah, honey, I think you're boasting, Sorek Grandma. I think you are. But rather to let you know I care about people and their well being. My work can be viewed in the Legacy Library at the University of Michigan. Oh, so special. The Sorek collection. Yeah. Presently, there is a church. Presently, there is a church in Detroit planning to establish a mental health clinic in the Ravendale community in east side of Detroit. There is This is where I spent over 20 years of my life with my late husband, Reverend Eddie K. Edwards. Without hesitation, I will support this effort and do everything I can to help those struggling with mental health issues. I also have now become a certified mental health coach since the great tragedy. Really? Okay, we all supposed to applaud for that, I guess, right? I have faith in God that God will hear the cries of all those impacted by this terrible tragedy, as well as the cries of mentally ill. Enough of this. I'm not even gonna read no more of this article because it was something that Sorat's mother she sent to the court to the judge, but I don't understand her penmanship, so I can't really get it. I'm just read the first paragraph. Excuse me if I'm gonna sound choppy. Dear Judge Darrell, now this is what Surat's mother, Dawn Woods, sent to the judge, and it says it was filed November 16th, 2022. Dear Judge Darrell, I didn't watch the victim's statement yesterday. Yeah, I wonder why. I just couldn't. I needed to protect my heart. You hear this? See what I'm talking about? It's about her now. So she needs to protect her heart. What about the rest of these people? I'm writing this because I want you to know, and the victims and their families know that I know that their pain, and I understand how they are. And I don't understand this one, but basically, she's just talking about her. She couldn't watch because this was too much for her. How do you think these people are suffering? Paying medical bills too. It's just a mess. It's just crazy. All right, so let me just get into the comments, and we're gonna get ready to show the clip and stuff. I'm sorry if I miss anybody. It's not being disrespectful. All right, where are we up to? I did get to. And Innovation Group channel, blessings to you. BG in the house. Hey, they're popping in on lunch break. I know probably other people's at lunch and everything, so I understand. I'm off today and off tomorrow, but I gotta work Friday. That's up though. And happy holidays, everybody, and stuff. Happy holidays, happy holidays. And we got Lovejoy in the house. Hugs to you, beautiful. Hello, everyone. And my girl, Rainy Woman Divas up in the house. Beautiful greetings, Donna and everyone. We're in the roast session. All right, girl. We can get into the roast today. We can get into roast. If you want to pop up, let me know. Let me know. And then we have one busy mama. Hugs and kisses to you. Love, laugh, and live. There you go, girl. Okay, let me see what you have to say. Cameron. Cameron. Hope you say it right, Cameron. And blessings to you and welcome to Donna Just Being Real. I'm so happy I found your channel. Your passion is so in your voice. And for the men like me, raised by strong single mothers, make me really miss my mom. Oh, thank you for the strength and eloquency. Oh, that's so beautiful. Thank you. I'm glad to have you here. Glad to have you. See, that's positive. That's positive. He has a menace to he is a menace to society. Exactly. All right, and we have it. She sounds very narcissistic. You hear it, Rainy Woman, right? I'm reading this. I'm like, I wish I could read the rest of her handwriting to see what she have to say. But I guess we'll see it in the court. All right, I've got my purple hearts. Everybody put purple hearts. Purple hearts, please. That's for domestic violence. I see. Question. Did you notice how his granny, okay, Lisi, and welcome to Donna Just Being Real. Question. Did you notice how his granny seemed way more educated and well spoken than his mom? How did the mom end up like that? You got a point. Well, we're gonna find out. Let's get ready. Watch this clip, ladies and gentlemen. All right, but I just wanted to show this picture here. All right, Surat a little bit older with grandma. See? Surat with grandma. Surat with grandma. Yeah, look. And Surat inspiring to be a rapper. Yeah, See, there goes Mama's car in the back. You see, there goes Mama car. There goes Mama car. This is insane. All right, now let's get into this clip. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna get into this clip. Now, this clip that I'm showing here, if I'm correct, is I think day 2 or day 1. I'm not too sure, but basically the sentencing. Okay, and this is when Surat's mama and grandma are going to speak. And then there's another lady too that's going to speak. So I'm gonna play this one. So we're just gonna recap a little bit. So we're gonna check out why are we doing this, because we're gonna see the enablers, how they work. We're gonna see how people feel entitled. Okay, how people enable this man and what he's done. This is insane. Okay. All right, so I'm going to play the clip, and there'll be times I might pause to, share my thoughts and everything. And let's get it.
Good afternoon, everyone. The court will call State of Wisconsin versus Darrell Brooks, case number 21 CF 1848. May I have the appearances, please?
Good afternoon, Judge Schwaber, Leslie Basie, and Zach Wichow, appearing for the state of Wisconsin.
Good. What else? Biological mother.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Darrell Brooks, here for this matter without prejudice by special appearance, and I would like to ask, if it pleases the court, that someone could please render the account for me at this time.
That of your with the sentencing hearing. I Zoom. I have no. Individual from the waiting room just yet. I wanted to know if there was anything the court needed to address before bringing those individuals in and then turning to Mr. Brooks to start his portion of the sentencing hearing from the state.
There's two issues that I'm aware of, Your Honor. One is we're requesting if the court would briefly allow a young girl by the name of Brooke who read that statement again, felt like she did not get a good chance to do that yesterday. And it's a brief statement if allow that. And then I just wanted for the record to let the court know that at the close of today's hearing, we will be prepared to address the motion for stay pending appeal.
All right, thank you. Can you remind me, was she interrupted at all based on anything that went on yesterday? Was that either?
Yes, it was related to, or Mr. Brooks' removal from the courtroom. Yes.
All right. Any comment or position on the request that she be able to restate her victim impact statement prior to the people we have on Zoom for you making their statements, sir?
I don't recall that particular victim being interrupted because of the issue with me being sent to the other courtroom. I think it may have been they have cut that particular victim off from the statement.
Whatever the circumstances were, I have a request from a victim to give a statement. I'm going to honor that request and allow her to make that statement before I turn things over to you and the people who are on Zoom on your behalf. Okay. Other than that, is there anything else you wish the court to address before I hear from victims or your family members?
Yes. I just wanted to let the court know that there will be, in fact, 4 people speaking on my behalf, if that pleases Your Honor.
All by Zoom?
Yes, correct.
Are they all on your list?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
No new entries. All pursuant to what I submitted to Your Honor.
Madam Clerk, do we have 3 or 4 individuals on by Zoom?
3. I guess I just wasn't clear if the 4th was going to be.
Is the 4th with another of the individuals that already is on our Zoom? Do you know?
I believe was trying to access the Zoom.
Now, let me address this one. Lily said, and welcome to Donna, just be real. I'm new here, but I wanted to say, I've also heard that it's not really his grandmother, and I really like to know. That's a good question. I'm hearing that it's not his grandmother, and I'm hearing it is his grandmother. I just showed the picture. That's why, like I showed the picture of, when he was younger. So I don't know, but I'm kind of siding more that that's his grandmother. I mean, she's saying it in the court. She got it in this article. So it's like, nobody else came out and said it made official. So I don't know, Lily. I don't know. All right, let's resume. But good question, Lily. Good question. Resume.
Zoom link. They expressed that they had already had the Zoom ready to speak on my behalf, but they were having a little bit of trouble, I guess, accessing the link from the courts.
tell us the individuals you have on by Zoom right now.
I have Mary Edwards, Dawn Albert, and Dawn one that I assume is Woods.
All right, who would be the fourth then? So
Miss Marsha Winters.
have Marsha Winters on. I know your mom has the Zoom information. It's an ID, a meeting ID and a password, not a link. So hopefully that can
I
be,
think he sent the link too.
he created the link.
So
All right.
there should be both.
I'll have Madam Clerk also put in the chat to the Zoom the meeting ID and password once again with and indicate that it can be provided to Ms. Winters.
Yes, Miss Winters. Yeah, that might be the maybe she or sure.
And the clerk said as well, so we'll get it.
Okay.
We'll
Yeah,
put it in the broadcast. There's a chat function. We'll get it in there so they can pass it on and hopefully at the appropriate time she'll be able to join.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. All right, then with that, if Brooke would like to stand up. I know it's a minor. And thank you. The microphone is being handed to her. All right, go ahead. And thank you for being here.
Hello, my name is Brooke Sorensen. I'm Virginia Sorensen's granddaughter. The things I miss about my grandma are me and my sister Mackenzie doing foot races around the driveway, and my grandma would do commentary and time us. She always cheered us on at all of our activities. I would DJ at dance at granny parties and carry the banner at parades with my grandpa while Grammy danced. When we would get on the school bus, she would say reading is the key to learning to be nice, kind, brave, and angels watch over you. After school, we would talk on the porch. Other times when we came over to her house, we would play games together, go to the playground, have drawing contests, dance parties, and work on granny routines. She would give us snacks when we watched some of our favorite movies like Polar Express and Coco. When we first found out that she was gone, I started to cry, and I would cry every night. I missed her so much and still do today. Darrell, Brooks, you took her from me, my sister, and my family. The things we will miss the most are not seeing her again, her smile, her laugh, being able to talk to her, and doing fun things with her. My sister and I pray every night for our Grammy and our family. Grammy, I will see you in my dreams, and I know you will be watching over me.
Thank you.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, your heart is a
Thank you, Your Honor, for accommodating that request, and we have nothing further at this time.
Then,
Jennifer, she sure
bring in
does.
the
It's like a little
individuals
angel, right,
who are
Jennifer?
on the Zoom, and then I'll give them some instructions on how that should proceed. Do you have all three trying to jump?
I admitted all at the same time.
All right, thank you. I know you have your camera on, you're unmuted. Girls on the Zoom, they currently have their cameras off. I believe they're both muted. I would just simply ask that we take one person in turn. You are
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is Surat's mama, Dawn Woods. Let's get it.
on the Zoom. It is viewable in the courtroom. I want to acknowledge, ma'am, I did receive what I believe is a written statement that you faxed to the court.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and then if that is, I'm not sure who joined us at the moment. All right, is that Ms. Edwards? All right, Ms.
Yes.
Edwards, if you could please, I'm gonna have Ms. Woods talk first, and then I'll have you next. If you could keep your camera off and your microphone muted until it's your turn to talk. That way I can
Alright.
give my full attention to Ms. Woods.
Sure.
Wanna There we go. Very good. Thank you. All right. So once again, Ms. Woods, I believe you sent in a fax. Yeah, is that
So,
today?
yes, thank you. Good afternoon. I have two things I would like to tell. One is a written statement, Your Honor, and then I have a poem I would like to read after my statement, if that's permissible. Okay, thank you, thank you. Mental illness affects everyone. It destroys lives, families, and hurts society. For far too long, it's been a dirty little secret in families that no one wants to talk about. Mental illness is the elephant in the room that so many pretend it's not there. People who suffer from it are often shunned by families and friends, rejected by society, and made fun of, the subject of bad jokes, ridiculed, and judged on YouTube, podcasts, Facebook, and other media posts, used in campaign ads, disrespected, stripped of their dignity. No one cares. No one sees their pain or hears their cries and pleas for help. They are the forgotten ones.
Okay, sorry, ladies. I have to pause this. Just look at her expression. I know it's on Zoom, so it might be a little, distorted, but it's really no empathy in her. It's all about her son. You have to understand he has mental illness. Just look at her. She doesn't really care. She doesn't care. But that's all right though, because even though you're not in jail, I know your life is going to be a living hell, just like Brian Laundrie's parents, a living hell. hmm And just like that, Aiden Fucci, I'm gonna get into him, the little pimple face killer that killed that girl on Mother's Day too. His mother too is an enabler. All y'all enablers, y'all gonna feel it. You're gonna feel it. No remorse. And what did Lily said to have me cracking up here? Lily said, "Me and my family call him Surat since I found your channel. Thank you, we appreciate you. Oh, thank you. You're so welcome. You're so welcome. hmm No, no, doesn't care. Doesn't care. What does BG say? No remorse. She's a culprit. Yes, that's what we're talking about. And Rascal says she is an enabler. Bingo. Make sure everybody vote. Okay, let me resume.
And viewed by many of not having a place in a society. It is no fault of their own that they have become ill and began to change from the person we all knew. Once viewed as fun, loving, and kind, are now the outcasts of society. We say they're what's wrong with society? They're idiots, unfit. They need to be disposed of, thrown out with the rest of the trash. They serve no purpose. The same my brother's keeper doesn't apply to them. And the Bible in the book of Philippians chapter 2, verse 4, it says, let each of you not look only to his own interests, but also the interests of others. Mental illness caused them to
Thank
do
you,
the
Innovation Group
unthinkable.
Channel. Blessings to you, and thank you for the
They
blessing.
must be punished. Yes, I agree. There should be some accountability to for their actions. But we also must render help. What good is punishment without correction to prevent the act from happening again? In their cases, or many of their cases, treatment, therapy, medication, specialized in helping those those who suffer become mentally well. I believe lawmakers and society as a whole need to recognize mental illness. Mental illness cannot be eradicated.
I had to pause again. Now here she goes. She's putting blame on other people. I hope lawmakers and police officers, whatever, they're supposed to be aware of this. Now she's shifting blame. This is all she has done. Every interview that I have seen her that she's done, news or whatever, it's only about her shifting blame instead of taking responsibility. Just admit it. Your son is a Sorot. He's the son of Satan. Mommy and daddy laid down and had Satan Jr. by the name of Darrell Brooks Jr. Just admit it. I mean, as parents, we all don't know what our children's going to turn out. Sometimes our children are just born bad. They just evil. You got to check their heads and see they have the number 666. Okay. It is what it is. So you have to understand this and you have to accept it. And it's nothing wrong with just admitting, look, my child is a monster. I can't believe this happened. I'm so sorry. Instead of shifting blame. See, this tells a lot about you as a parent, as an individual, and you, if you're supporting this. Okay. The same thing with the Jeffrey Dahmers. His mother, his father, and the grandma. They basically was enablers. You seeing they pulling out bodies out of Jeffrey Dahmer's home. I mean, what is there to support? I'm not going to court to support you or nothing at all. I'm just praying and saying sorry to everybody. You understand? These enablers, y'all have to stop. It tells a lot about you as a parent. We cannot help. You can raise your kids. I said this before. You can raise them in the church house, have them in a good home, do everything, but they could just turn out just to be a monster. And it's not your fault. But when you're an enabler like this, oh yeah, it tells a lot about your character. Resume.
With prison bars, mental illness is going to always be there. It's invasive. With treatment and therapy, medication, and hospitals and institutions that specialize in the treatment of mental illness, it can be controlled. What else can we do as a society to help those who suffer from mental illness? How about showing a little compassion, empathy, and some understanding? Families need to advocate for those who cannot speak for themselves or who struggle to understand what's happening to them. Lawmakers need. Now, with mental illness first, and here's my take. From the surface, I believe that treatments need to be offered. I believe that if treatment is offered early, when the signs of mental illness first shows, and it's
Okay, the signs are early. So what were you doing? You didn't do anything. The way the grandma's acting, if that is the grandma, she act like she's so much into this mental health, and she knows says bipolar. It was another video. She said bipolar has been in my family for 3 generations. So you should have known. Well, if it's running in the 3 generations, you got a heads up to do something about sewer rat. But nobody did nothing. Just interesting. Something that I noticed. Oh, and blessings to everybody that's coming in and put down in the chat. Let me know what state that you from. Let me know what state you from. And if I haven't greeted you, no disrespect. I'm just, trying to go back and forth and everything. But I'll get to you. And I respect everybody. Thank you for the great comments everybody's leaving me. The feedback. I appreciate it. If you want to reach out to me with anything dealing with relationship, dating, love, relationship, toxic relationship, need advice or coaching, or you need a viewer's request, please feel free to contact me. And you can find my email in the description or in the about page. All right, let's resume.
it's addressed and stayed on top of instead of let people lagger and fall through the cracks. just maybe, there would be less court cases and less people crying because their loved ones was hurt or was injured or killed because someone of mental illness attacked them. Maybe that needs to be done early and right away and stayed up on and not let people fall through the crack holes and not be done as the same. You don't have a mental illness. You're just a bad person and needs to be locked up. Jail is not the only answer. Help.
Well, honey, I agree. There's no help for your sore rat son. He's gone. He's gone. There's just no help. It is what it is, okay? He's basically working for the devil. He's one of what I call the devil's helpers. Okay? When you dance with the devil, you get burnt by the devil. So he did the work of the devil. So now he's going to spend the rest of his life in jail. There's no going to be no supporting for him. He's done. Okay? You just have to accept the fact. I mean, you're not the only parent that has these criminal kids out here, but it's just the point that you're being an enabler and you're supporting this crap. Okay, you should be on this right now, speaking to the parents and saying, "I apologize. I am so sorry I gave birth to Satan's son, and I'm apologizing to you for what Satan's son did to y'all." That's what I'll be saying right now. Not all this crap putting shifting blame on everybody else. The only blame is your son, and now it's looking like you, grandma, and whoever's around. And another thing too is he shot your grandson. Your son shot your grandson. How do you feel about that? Well, I mean, he shot at him. You lost your daughter. I'm sorry about that. And your daughter's son is staying with you. And your son shot him, his uncle. How about that? How about that? Do you feel anything about that one? Does your mother feel anything about that one? Oh, no, nobody seems to care about that. Just something I noticed. Resume.
Treatment, hospitalization, and medication. It plays a big role in preventing this where we are today if it would have been offered sooner. Now, I have a poem that I have adopted, not just for my son Darrell, but for all the people who suffer from mental illness. And I let this be my theme and some inspiration. And I hope that Darrell will find strength in this poem. I sent it to him. And it's a poem that was written by the late great Maya Angelou. I don't know if you're familiar with her writings, but she was a brilliant poet. And she wrote this poem back in 1969 for a totally different reason. It was during the racial injustice era. But I believe it applies to those who suffer from mental illness as well. It's called Cage Bird. A seabird leaps on the back of the wind and floats downstream to the current ends. When or his bars of rage. His wings are clipped and his feet are tied, and he opens his throat to sing. The cage bird sings with fearful thrill of things unknown but longed for still. And his tune is heard on the distant hill, for the cage bird sings of freedom. The free bird thinks of another breeze, and the trade winds that when soft winds with soft signs through the trees, and the fat worms waiting on the dawn's bright lawn. And he names.
Oh, Surat, you showing your crocodile tears? Hmm. Oh, your mama's speaking on your behalf. You feel a little sad right now with your yuck mouth. Yuck mouth Surat. Like we're supposed to believe your tears and feel anything the way you showed yourself in this courtroom and your mother. And I think it was love, laugh, and live. What did you say? There was a statement that you said, and that was interesting. You said we'll have some sympathy for her if she herself shows some for the victim. Exactly. Because I would understand, love. I would understand if it was a situation like, oh my God, I can't believe you had my son. I feel sorry for the parents because it's like, you birthed a monster. You didn't expect this. I just feel so bad. You know what I mean? That's a person who has empathy, love, but she doesn't have it. Yeah, exactly. It would be a whole different thing. Yeah, but no, she doesn't have no empathy. So, not sorry, not like that one. Okay, let's get back. Oh, and what he said too, Rascal said the symptoms started when he was 12 years old. And Grandma said, if it is Grandma, that it's been 3 years, a generation of this. They should have been able to nip it in the butt with the new generation, right? I'm just saying. Let's resume. Let's go back to this her little statement.
It's the sky his own. But a caged bird stands on the
Hi, I'm Jalen Rose. In this site,
grave of dreams. His shadow shouts on the nightmare screen. Their wings are, their feet are tied. They open their mouths to sing. The caged bird sings of fearful thrills, of things unknown, but long for still. And its tune is heard on a distant hill. The caged birds sing of freedom. Everyone who suffers from mental illness is caged. All they want is to be free of their illness and become mentally well. I believe as a society, we have an obligation to help those become mentally well with treatment, hospitalization, or sent to an institution where they can get the intense help. And if they have to stay for the rest of their lives away from society, at least they are getting the help they need to become mentally well. We are our brother's keepers. And I also want to say to the families who lost loved ones that and those who suffered injuries, that I know their pain. And I pray that the Lord will continue to comfort and heal each of them. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Miss. And I should have said this
Diamond
earlier.
Diva, blessings to you,
I
beautiful.
have 3 monitors in front of me, and the monitor that I'm pointing at right now is the monitor that the Zoom shows up. So that's why I look like I'm turned away, but I'm actually watching you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Then I'll turn next to Mary Edwards. If you want to turn your camera on and unmute, and then
Shout
Ms.
out to
Woods, if
David
you
from
would.
the UK.
If you want to take her camera.
Good afternoon.
And I should say for the record that obviously Dawn Woods was the first speaker, and I have Mary Edwards. If you can let me know who's next to you, please.
Ooh, Chris, you got some hard words. It's not his head, it's his heart that is twisted and evil. Well said, Chris. Because he, ooh, that was deep. I had to pause for that one. All right, we got Grandma Surratt coming in. Let's hear what Grandma have to say. Interesting. Let's get it.
Oh, there's no one next to me at the moment. Thank you. Okay. Are we good to go?
I need to know who's in the room with you because I saw them.
Oh, that's my husband.
Okay.
Okay, he's not in the room at the moment.
Well, all right. That's okay.
He's not here.
I just wanted to know I
Is
saw
the problem
someone
with him being here?
No, he can be there since I know who it is. We'll just.
All right, it's
Okay. I know I keep pausing, ladies and gentlemen, but this is class. We have to, this is my challenge about teaching educational, okay? But I had to pause this. You notice how she's all dialed up for the court? It's like a show for her. And when that other video I did about Surat's grandma, if y'all go back and look, I don't know if you did see it or whatever. And I did say in there, I'm not sure I said in that video, I said, this is interesting. Seemed like it's like a show to her. I forgot the words, but like she's looking forward to be on TV. This is all over social media. This is all over news media. And look at her. She's all dressed up. And orange, like your Surat grandson, huh? Is there a statement? And then someone else did leave a comment that was funny. And they said, who puts their name up on a wall except for a teenager or a narcissist? I don't know who said that comment. If you hear, that's something to think about. Because I did notice that. I'm like, wow, she got a name like that, kind of big up there like that. 80 years old, she said. That's interesting. All right. Shepard said she just wants him to be able to get a hold of drugs. All right, let's resume.
My husband is here.
Will he be speaking or
Okay.
just you?
No. No, he's not speaking.
All right, go ahead. Thank you for being here today. And again, if I look like I'm looking to the side, it's because that's where the monitor that I can see you is located. So go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. For the record, my name is Dr. Mary Darlene Edwards, and I am not the wicked grandmother of the West. I am the grandmother of Darrell Edward Brooks Jr., and I asked to be here today for two reasons. First of all, from the bottom of my heart, I want to offer my sincere apologies to those who have been hurt so badly by what has happened here. This cause to the family of the boy, and my name is Sparks, and to all of those whose lives have been damaged by this overwhelming tragedy. As a minister of the gospel of Jesus Christ, I want to give the family and those who've been hurt so badly the scripture, blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted. And I say this, please know that it's my prayer that my grandson will sincerely and humbly apologize and ask all of you and God for forgiveness for this horrible, terrible deed. Some of you have said that you will never forgive him. Please do not be like the man who drank the poison and hoped his enemy would die. Unforgiveness is a terrible disease, just like mental illness is. Truly, there have been many losses because of this tragedy. Darrell's mother has lost a son. I've lost a grandson. Darrell's children have lost a father. And Darrell has lost his mind and his life in the outside world. Darrell's behavior, including his voice, should get the attention of the powers that be, both near and far. Darrell has suffered from bipolar since the age of 12. And it was that disorder that caused him to drive through that crowd. It is my prayer that he will be treated for this illness and managed in a facility that addresses mental health concerns. We must start with a younger generation. Finally, I'm 80 years old, and I have been an ordained minister for the gospel of Jesus Christ for 47 of these 80 years. Look at my background, you will see that God has used my life to bring about positive change in multitudes of residents in the city of Detroit and beyond. I share this information not to boast, that is my intention, but rather to let you know that I care about people and their well-being. I've spent more than half of my life helping what the Bible calls the least of these, AKA society's rejects. Since this tragedy, I have become a mental health coach. This will help me better this horrible disease, which has my family generations. Presently, there is a church in Detroit that is planning to establish a mental health clinic on the east side of Detroit. Without hesitation, I will support this effort and do everything I can to help those struggling with mental illness. Before I close, I just want to share with you some facts with regard to mental illness. And I got this from the government's mental health website. There's a myth that said mental health problems don't affect me. Many people don't feel like it affects them. That's a myth. It affects everyone. It's a common problem. In 2020, and listen to this, 1 in 5 American adults experience a mental health issue. 1 in 6 young people experience a major depression episode. 1 in 20 Americans lived with a serious mental illness, such as schizophrenia, bipolar disease.
Help me to understand. What is all this that she's pulling up statistics and reading stuff? What are you trying to do? You think you're going to make some sort of change out here? There's nothing you can do. You're just looking really silly. You're looking pathetic right now. Okay? The facts is he's the devil. He's a sociopath, psychopath, narcissist, all balled in one. He doesn't have empathy, he doesn't care. And you noticed this when he was a little boy. Let's go to the picture, okay? Let's go back to the picture, okay? Let's show it right here. Yep. I believe this is the picture. This is what I found online. That's grandma and little baby sewer rat, potential soon to be killer when he become an adult, with the raccoon. I'm gonna say raccoon. Excuse me. With the rat ears. You see the Mickey Mouse ears. Okay, you had to see the signs. Yep. 30 something, pushing 40, now 40, wannabe rapper with his mama's car in the back. Yeah. All right. What do you think you're doing? This is just a joke. You're all dressed up, all dialed up and everything on here like it's some sort of show to promote yourself because you got your little coaching thing on mental illness after this whole event. Mm-hmm. Yeah, interesting. All right, let's resume.
Or major depression. Suicide is the leading cause of death in the United States. In fact, it was the second leading cause of death for people ages 10 to 24. It accounted for the loss of more than 45,979 Americans in 2020. That's nearly double the number of lives lost to homicide. As a result of this great tragedy, I'm dedicated to living the next chapter of my life with a mental health awareness campaign. I have faith to believe that God will hear the voices of all of those impacted by this horrible disease, as well as the cries of the mentally ill. I thank you for this opportunity to share with you from the bottom of my heart, and my prayers will continue on.
Thank you, Ms. Word.
Even though we didn't grow up together, he's my favorite brother.
No, and I reached out to Zach and he has not heard from anyone on it.
All right, Mr. Brooks, we do not have anyone else Oh, we have Michelle Allworth. Sorry about that. Thank you, thank you. All right, if Ms. Allworth then would start her camera and unmute, and we'll hear from her next. Thank you, Madam Clerk. And you are.
Hi, my name is Michelle Allward. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
I'm kind of
please.
sick. My son is here in the room with me. He's sick from homeschool school.
That's okay. Go
My
ahead.
name is Michelle. My name is Michelle Allworth. I met Darrell Brooks Jr. 17 years ago when we both lived in Sparks, Nevada. He became my best friend, and over time we became brother and sister to each other. We shared so many good times, whether it was hanging out at the house, listening to music, movies, or just having conversations, a good laugh. He always had a smile on his face and the best laughs and jokes. Going out to theaters and a movie, going out to eat, attending Hot August Nights, which is a car show in Reno, Nevada, the rib cook-off. He shared with me multiple times on a daily basis since this has happened, how remorseful he truly is. Sorry. He is a very private person. Comes to his feelings and emotions, and it only happens in close friends. They say blood is thicker than water. Well, you can choose to make your own family. I've chosen to make Darrell part of my family. I will always have his back, even with his event. I suffer from medical issues as well. I have epilepsy and cerebral palsy. My whole life, I've had it my whole life. Darrell was there several times that I had seizures. He called 911, went to the ER with me, stayed with me by my side when I went home, and helped in any way that he could help me. Sorry. Because of this reason and him being a family friend to me, he lived with me back in 2006 and again in either 2013 or 14. I'm glad he lived with me at those times because I black out during a seizure and I'm able to call 911. He lived with me for over a year. I wouldn't have let him had I not trusted him with my life. He had never shown any signs being this way on what happened November 21st, 2021. This is not the Darrell I know. He is a loving, compassionate, loyal, and humble person. He would give a complete stranger that needed it the shirt off his back, the last dollar in his pocket, or a place to stay. During this manic episode, he had blacked out the whole incident. I have prayed a lot since 2016 because of my medical issues and almost losing my life to a seizure, and even more now since this has all happened. I know what happened with those lives being lost and people being injured is terrible. It's something Darrell will have to live with for the rest of his life and always carry that with him, knowing this happened. I hope that he gets the help he needs for his mental illness. My hope as well is the mental facility, and that's it. Thank you very much for your time, everyone.
Thank you. All right, at this time, Madam Clerk, has anyone else joined the Zoom?
No.
All right, then at this time, the court will close the Zoom. The proceedings are being live streamed and family and friends can watch that way as well. Mr. Brooks, I'll turn it over to you then. This is your opportunity to address the court. What, if anything, would you like to say, sir?
Yeah.
A lot to say. I would like to stand up if I may.
Go ahead.
It's emotional. I apologize for taking so long.
Where did he find that girl that talking for him? Is she insane? You insane? I just don't get these. I just don't get it. I just don't. And Sue, blessings to you, and blessings to everybody that's coming. I'm sorry if I didn't greet you. Thank you for coming in. Make sure you hit the like, and also let me read the vote real quick. Let's pause and read the vote. All right, I have 96 votes so far, and the question is: do you think some people are born evil? And 65% says, absolutely, Donna. 11% said, no way. And 24% says, not sure, Donna. Thank you for voting. All right, I'll read again. Let's resume.
I'm going to start first by giving glory to God. I believe in Jesus Christ wholeheartedly. I believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. I believe that he was sent here by the Father to die for all of our sins, everybody. Everybody in this
You're the
courtroom
son of
today,
Satan.
everyone walking this planet, mostly for those of us who will believe. I believe that he was crucified on the cross at Calvary. And he shed his blood on that cross. And he died. And he was buried. And then he rose again after 3 days to glory. Took his glorious place at the right hand of the Father. The Bible says that he was exalted, given a name that is above all.
It's amazing with these psychopaths and narcissists. They always want to preach the Bible. Just like that crazy guy. I'm gonna do commentary on him. That crazy guy in Waco, David Koresh. Didn't he used to have those people reading the Bible, have them up all night preaching stuff and everything? But he was messing with the children and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, that was another crazy one. All of them just crazy. Look at him. You know, we're supposed to feel sorry for you. Are you kidding me? You're the son of Satan. There's no other way to describe it. No other way. No other way. All right, let's resume.
Our names, so that at the name of Jesus, every knee shall bow in heaven, on earth, and under the earth, and every tongue shall confess that Jesus is Lord, to the glory of God the Father. It's not just something that I was taught by my family. It's something I believe in my heart.
Lovejoy, you said Lovejoy, you was the one who told me to look into that to that lady cop that killed her husband. I think it was you who said that. I was looking it up. That was insane. I'm gonna try to look up some stuff and do a brief commentary on that one. But Lovejoy, you said something. He needed a place to stay. That's why he was nice to her. That's the only reason why these narcs and sociopaths will be nice to you when they know they can get something out of you. That's it. They're users. And once they get it from you, they will cut you off and disregard you quick. That's facts right there. He was only nice to you because he probably didn't have a place to stay. You were supplying him with his weed, his drugs, or whatever, and probably a little nook too, whatever. And he was just using you. You really think he cared about you? No, it was had something to benefit him. That's all they are, a bunch of users. Users. Okay, resume. And Rainy Woman says, They're gaslighting all of us. Yep, that's what it is. Okay, let me resume back.
I just want to clarify one thing. A lot of references was made to one of the things I said regarding my conscience being clear. And having the time to think about it last night and to understand um, that the victims have the right to feel how they want to feel. They have the right to their opinions, and understanding that there's a lot of emotion, pain, frustration, anger, hatred, a lot of emotions. But I don't want that comment to be twisted. I don't want that comment to become another narrative that's ran with and taken out of context. That comment was made because I made the decision to rededicate my life to Christ when this tragedy. In no way did that comment refer to uh, not having any remorse, not having uh, it, it was strictly made to that point that I have repented, that I have asked
Google
God for
Mama, I
forgiveness,
agree
that
with
I
you.
have
Especially that he's going back in court for other charges.
sent
But I
many
guess he
prayers
have to
up.
go through protocol and everything, so make sure so that there's no leaks and there's nothing that he can actually walk the streets. But it is a waste of taxpayers'
Learning
money.
how to um, wrap my head around this whole situation has been extremely hard. Extremely hard.
Raining woman, you went in.
You get minimal time to uh, reflect in a
Chris,
place
you
like
got
this.
jokes. Okay. Well, thank you for Googling
But
that.
one of those minimal times that you get to reflect in a place like this is when you're alone in your cell.
Yes, Sue, it's all about him right now. Everybody pull out the
When it's
violins.
just you and the
Pull
walls.
out the violins for yuck mouth Surat. Look at his mouth. Can you please put your mask back on? Why would anybody date you? Ugh, disgusting.
One of the victims
Ladies, you
made a
have to do
comment
better.
about trying to understand why this happened.
Strong up in the
That's a
house.
question I struggle
Hugs and
with
kisses to
myself.
you and happy Thanksgiving. And the award goes to
The why, the
Surat Darrell
how.
Brooks.
How could life ever get this far away from what it should be? Regardless of what a lot of people may think about me, about who I am, about my family, about my beliefs.
Oh my God, your comments is killing me, everyone. And welcome to everybody who's just coming in, who's coming in. Hit the like, hit the like. Welcome to Donna Just Being Real, and Thanksgiving to everybody. Okay, we're focusing on the sewer rat, but mainly we was focusing on, now we're just hearing him, with the poor me. But first we started off with, we was focusing on the mother, and then we focus on sewer rat's grandma. And what Pamela says, handcuffs, shackles, now they just need a muzzle. I'm done. And welcome, Pamela. Mm, Oh, he said, what do you think? Jennifer asked me, what do you think, Donna? About what? Did I miss something? I apologize, Jennifer. If you want to put it in again and I'll answer your question. Oh gosh. And uh Cap Rock H says that girl needs a checkup from the neck up. Woo-hoo. All right, let's resume, ladies and gentlemen.
I know who I am. God knows who I am.
Selena, I agree. It's something wrong with it. Look at it, it's all crooked and purplish black, for all the smoking weed and
And I
cigarettes and
don't
drugs. It's all messed up. Yuck mouth.
have any words of anger, any shots, so to speak, to throw back. As I said before, I had to look inside myself and understand why the comments was being made, why people feel the way they feel, and they have the right to. If I may,
You just need to turn forward, sir. I don't know that they're ready for that yet.
respect it. I think it's important to state why I did
Raining
want
woman,
to
I'm done.
turn. Comment was made about this mask. It's something that I've worn the whole year of this incident. I don't.
What Sue said, he talks nearly for
I'm not
2
gonna
hours
say. I'm
about
not gonna say
himself.
don't, but
He is the devil walking on
I
two
don't feel
legs.
like
I'm done. This is true.
um, I needed to go in too wild. Chose to wear this. Um, there are a lot of different reasons why. But it definitely has nothing to do with hiding anything. There is nothing to hide. When you're on TV every day, when your life is being dissected for the world, when your family's on TV every day in some capacity, when you're pretty much every social media platform, what is there to hide from? I want
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, it's lagging a little bit. So was you Lovejoy? That was insane. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, it's
Each
lagging
and
for me.
every victim in this incident,
And thank you, Lovejoy, for sending
family
that to me.
members, those who lost loved ones, those who are still healing. I want you to know that no matter how you felt during this year, no matter how you felt yesterday,
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's freezing up here. I'm gonna have to restart it to continue this. So hopefully you come back. If you don't, I understand. But just give me a second, just stay there and let me just restart this whole thing. Then I'll go back until to these comments here that we have. Okay, so just give me a second. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, give me a second so I can restart this here. I apologize for that. I have a slow computer. What can I say? Surprised it lasted this long. All right, give me a second here. Oh, wait a minute. Trying to go back to that part where we was at.
it's harder to pull back the veil. It's harder to look deeper than the surface. And regardless to the truth, I understand that there are many people that would never forgive what happened. I have to be okay with that. And I hold no ill will towards them for that. I have to be okay with the fact that people will be angry, some for a long time, some forever. I think it was clear um, with respects to how I'm viewed. I will not.
Welcome, Chris. Let me read what you said, Chris. I'm not going to have turkey for Thanksgiving, but I'm thankful I have a place and other things to eat. I always look at the bright side of things. Amen to that one. And Romor, I hope I'm pronouncing it right. If not, I apologize. He thought he was romancing the judge with his brilliance. Yep, he was basically trying to love bomb the judge, and he was trying to, yeah. You noticed that too. I noticed that all through the court he was. And it was amazing at the end when she shot him down like, wait a minute. Yeah, you thought you had the judge, sir, but you didn't. Okay, let's resume.
Respond to those comments in anger either. I want to also say that it is not me that can take pain away, replace what was lost. Give back. There's so many other things that was lost that day. I think all that comes with belief in Christ.
Remember, I don't know. I tried to
believe
find
that
out, but I couldn't find
all
out
that comes
why the
with
twin sister died. I don't know.
Time. It's a process. It's a process that we all have to go through. I noticed a lot of things that that I've said over the duration of this trial were um, there's a lot of misconception. Okay. A man of God yet. Faith with study. Lord, God's appointed time. Something that I'm for anyone that doesn't think that I've spent time in the scriptures even before this, you're mistaken. Passages were
I'm gonna fast forward some. We don't have to hear no more of this one. I just want to see what the judge have to say. Let's see a little bit of the judge, and then I'll let y'all go.
I want the world to know that my dad is
Look at how nervous he know he's done. Shaking. Yeah, you're done, sir. You're done.
Please be seated. All right, we are back on the record in State versus Brooks. Appearances are as they were before. I want to give you all a little bit of my roadmap for my remarks here today and what will ultimately conclude with the sentencing. I'm going to start with a review.
Thank you, Cap Rock. Thank you for that. Everybody, please hit the like button, and also let me read the poll again. See, did it go up? Excuse me here. All right, we have 117 votes. The question is, do you think some people are born evil? 65% said absolutely, Donna. 12% says no way, Donna. And 23% says not sure, Donna. All right, let's get back to it. Now we're gonna see what this what the judge has to say. All right, we'll go from there. Let's get it. And whoever's coming in, blessings to you. Happy Thanksgiving. Thank you for being here. Thank you for engaging. Hugs and kisses to the people that's in the bushes, because I know a lot of people probably at work or maybe working at home, so they just kind of listening. They can't really engage, and I understand. I appreciate it. I appreciate your time and your comments. Let's get it.
Frankly, of Mr. Brooks's NGI plea. I wasn't going to start out doing that, but I feel compelled to make a record of certain things in light of many of the statements that were made here today by Mr. Brooks and his family. Following that, I'm going to talk about the case, the strength of the case, the witnesses.
Okay, I'll be calling you Rocks now. I like that. Easier. Thank you.
Of the things that really impacted me throughout that time and throughout the nearly 4 weeks of trial. Then I will spend some time talking about
I'm going to pick up the speed
on all of the victim statements that have been made. But there are a few that I do want to highlight. And then ultimately go through the sentencing factors. Because all of these things I'm going to talk about relate to those factors, which in Wisconsin, there are 3 primary factors: the seriousness of the offense, the need to protect the public, and the character and rehabilitative needs of the defendant. So I want to start sort of near the end of all of the remarks over the last couple of days, and that is my thoughts on Mr. Brooks and his mental health. I'm not here to debate that you have had a history over time of intersecting with the mental health agencies and that you may have in your history trauma.
I had to pause on this one. You said something, Shepard. His family members and friends shouldn't have shown their faces. They just basically put themselves in danger. There's a lot of hurt people that's upset. I know they're getting death threats, every one of them. And then you're going to come out there and show yourself and you're going to have this kind of attitude. You're going to be an enabler. Just talking about, well, he has bipolar. He's been suffering for how many years? And it's very disrespectful that people that are suffering from bipolar, because you make it seem like, and people who have bipolar, they're crazy and they're going to kill people. They're going to get a car and go and attack somebody. No, 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 no. It doesn't work that way. Okay. He doesn't have bipolar. He has what you call Satan. Mommy and daddy laid down and had Satan Jr. by the name of Surratt Darrell Brooks. And that's him. Okay. But they want to blame everybody else besides realizing it was him. And I'll say it again. A lot of people have kids that turn out to be monsters. And it wasn't your fault as a parent, so don't feel bad. You didn't do anything wrong. It just is what it is. Some kids, I just feel that they're just born just pure evil. Some people just have the devil in them, and it's not your fault. But when you sit around, you're going to be an enabler, and you're going to come up with all excuses for your child. No, there's something wrong with you. That means you must be one of those types too. That's just my thoughts and opinion. That's what I'm sharing. Hey, and this wrong. I'm talking about with the mental. This is a personality disorder. There's something wrong with him. And this man don't have no empathy, no remorse. Are you kidding me? All right, let's go back to the judge.
Emotional things of that nature. I have read through not one, not two, not three, but 4 reports from experts, people who are well known in this field of what we call forensic psychology and psychiatry, individuals who have an expertise in evaluating a plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. Because I don't want there to be any doubt in my sentencing here today that I've considered that. But I also don't want there to be any doubt that somehow this trial was missing something. Because the fact is, Mr. Brooks entered a special plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect in the early summer, maybe late spring of this year. And this court ordered 3 court-ordered evaluations, and the state retained an expert.
Ladies and gentlemen, did you see his expression? He's like, wait a minute. I thought I had this judge in control. See, this is how these narcs sociopaths think. Wait a minute, I thought I had her in control. I thought she was following my program. I'm the puppet master and she's my puppet. She's supposed to do what I say, when I say, how I say. Now he's realizing, hold a second, she see who I am. She saw the cracks in my mask. Because these narcissists and sociopaths, they wear masks all the time. Several different masks. They got several. It's like Halloween for them all the time. They have a different costume. And he's like, wow. And that's why I like when the judge, she read him. And she's about to read him now, like, okay, this is what I've learned from you. And you see the look on his face. What happened to all the tears? I thought he was so emotional. He was crying and everything. Those tears just disappeared now. He's angry. Thank God he's shackled, because if he wasn't shackled, you're causing, what she's doing right now is called a narcissistic injury. And she's causing injury, and that causes a narcissistic rage. And if he wasn't shackled, believe me, he would jump across that table and go straight for her neck. Believe me what I'm saying. People like this are dangerous, extremely dangerous. Okay, resume. Oh, and everybody shout out where you from, please. The people coming in, put in shout out where you from.
To also review the issue. Whether the defense team at that point ever hired anyone, they are not required to disclose that. I don't know, but I have 4 well-known doctors who have written this court based upon the orders that were made, or one doctor being retained. And these are reports that are thorough. One report is 24 pages. Another is more of a summary. It's 8 pages. Another is 26 pages. And then another is 12. And they look at the discovery information. So police reports, videographic evidence, things of that nature. They have access to any mental health related records from prior stays or things like that. They look at a history. They meet with Mr. Brooks. I've referenced this in the past when competency wasn't so much raised by any of the parties here, but during the trial, there was, as Attorney Opper wanted to make a record one day of Mr. Brooks's competency. And I will restate what I stated at that point. I have absolutely no doubt that Mr. Brooks is competent. I'm obviously well-versed in the legal standard. That is not that this court ever about at any point. His attorneys, when he had attorneys, and it was only after the trial began that that issue was raised, I think, by the public based upon what they saw. But Attorney Opper, like myself, had the benefit of having reviewed each and every one of these examinations. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but I think it's important because it goes also to Mr. Brooks' character, which is one of the things that this must consider along with his rehabilitative needs. And I'm going to read parts of these evaluations so that you all understand that I have and why it is my opinion that mental health issues did not cause him to do what he did on November 21 of 2021, and frankly did not play a role. That's not to say that he wasn't diagnosed with something. I've referenced this previously, but that's an antisocial personality disorder. And this is what one of the reports has to say. They've looked at one doctor indicated that there was available evidence to sustain a diagnosis of cannabis abuse, intoxication, antisocial personality disorder, adjustment disorder with mixed disturbance of emotions and conduct. And the reports go on to describe what those things are and that they may qualify as an abnormal condition of the mind substantially affecting mental or emotional processes, and thus as a mental disease as broadly defined by the Wisconsin jury instructions. And that's at least as to the adjustment disorder. Cannabis abuse or intoxication would not. The diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder, and this is what the doctor said, reflects converging support of an underlying characterological disorder versus a major mental illness. In Mr. Brooks's case, I would note his history of disregarding the rights of others and conforming to societal norms, including in the forms of multiple acts of violence beginning in his youth, contact with the criminal justice system, lack of remorse as indicated by being indifferent, rationalizing, etc. The doctor goes on that it's her understanding that this characterological condition would not qualify as a mental disease or defect as defined by the applicable statute, which also specifies that mental disease or defect does not include an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. Goes on to talk about her opinion regarding criminal non-responsibility. And the examiner rendered an opinion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty that there was not support for the defendant's special plea, that the facts at hand do.
Ladies and gentlemen, look how his face is frozen. Then look like, what? What? She realized I'm the devil? She exposing me that I'm the devil? I am the devil's son? See, this is that look what these narcs have and these sociopaths. They always have that look. Yes, shout out to a judge. Thank you, Judge Darrell. Shout out to her. She read him well. Look at him. See the look? Just look at his face. This is priceless. This is a priceless look because he's being exposed. This is what happens when you expose these personality disorders, these cluster B personality disorders. Cluster B personality disorders is a histrionic. You have the psychopaths, anti-personality disorder, sociopath, the narcissist, and the borderline personality disorder. And she exposed him. Look at him. What happened to all the tears? What happened? You was all emotional and everything. You know, you had your little 2-hour speech and resume.
Do not sustain a conclusion to a reasonable degree of professional of in fact, either to appreciate the wrongfulness of the alleged misconduct or conform his conduct to the requirements of the law at the time in question. In arriving at this opinion, the following considerations were significant to this examiner. While acknowledging Mr. Brooks' documented history of episodic contacts with mental health professionals beginning in adolescence, most of the time he has had such contacts or received mental health treatment when in custody. In effect, there is not a sustained, documented history of a diagnosed major mental illness for him predating the alleged offense or otherwise. Looked at a psychiatric review from April of 2010. At that point, the defendant was determined.
Well said, Rock. That's a look when you know your plan didn't work. Reality is hitting him now. Bingo! You got it.
To have no medically determinable impairment on which to qualify for disability benefits. The consultant who conducted the review noted that Mr. Brooks' claimed mental illness was not, quote, well established, quote, that the statements that he made at that point were not deemed credible, they were inconsistent and not verified by treatment providers in the community. Factor number 2, the defendant's history of violence beginning years predating the alleged offense is significant. He faced multiple prior domestic related charges. He was not permitted in his mother's home because of the history of violence. To be sure, the magnitude and lethality of Mr. Brooks's violence in the commission of the alleged offenses is more severe than what was previously known. However, the defendant's history of a pattern of violent behavior, coupled with other aspects of his history, and in this case, strongly suggests that his mental state, which produced the alleged offenses, was fundamentally formed and fueled by contributions of his underlying characterological dysfunction, anger, and rage born of his conflict with his girlfriend moments before the Christmas parade tragedy. The examiner considered Mr. Brooks's episodic endorsement of auditory hallucinations, including on clinical interview with the undersigned, meaning the examiner, and in a couple of recorded jail phone calls subsequent to his arrest. She said this: I am unaware of any objective corroboration that he presented either in the hours leading up to or following the alleged offenses as internally preoccupied or otherwise exhibiting signs of impaired reality, contact, or behavioral discontrol. To the contrary, the defendant's conduct within hours of the onset and moments following the alleged misconduct was organized, controlled, and purposeful. Moreover, he demonstrated the motivation and capacity to take efforts to evade detection and try to flee the immediate area of the parade carnage. She went on, I have considered the seemingly inexplicable nature and magnitude of the violence and mayhem wrought by the defendant's conduct on the day in question. He has caused 6 deaths, dozens of injuries, and terrorized hundreds of parade participants and thousands of spectators. There is no indication in the extensive compilation of records and other information available that at the time of the alleged misconduct, he lacked substantial capacity to either control or conform his conduct to the requirements of the law, or that his reality contact capacity to appreciate wrongfulness was substantially impaired. In the context of rage born of his conflict and altercation with his former girlfriend, turmoil, the defendant was disinclined to control his behavior or attend to its consequences. Notwithstanding the magnitude of the violence in this case, a mental disease or defect is not defined by the unnaturalness or enormity of the act. Moreover, temporary passion or frenzy prompted by revenge, hatred, jealousy, envy, or the like does not constitute a mental disease or defect. She goes on to talk about the course of functioning of Mr. Brooks during the day leading up to the alleged offense. Does not suggest that he was behaviorally dysregulated or that his reality contact was impaired. Goes on to talk about what he did in the immediate aftermath of the parade, including fleeing the vicinity, making efforts to evade detection or responsibility, and other things. Went on to discuss other evidence, including the videographic evidence of the Ring doorbell and being on the porch where he sought to use the phone. He had apparently discarded a couple of small bags, later determined to contain marijuana. And presumably, this is the examiner again, he discarded items to evade responsibility for possessing them. By implication, such conduct strongly suggests his capacity to appreciate wrongfulness was then intact. When responding to law enforcement officials, he followed their commands. He lowered himself to the ground. We saw that on the recording of his arrest when he was taken into custody and detained. None of the behaviors nor verbal remarks at the time of the arrest suggest he was behaviorally dysregulated or that his reality contact was impaired. Following his arrest and being taken into custody, he engaged in an informal series of verbal exchanges with authorities, and none of his statements taken at face value suggest he was then actively psychotic or that his behavior controls were substantially impaired. She then goes on to talk about the Mirandized statements. This court personally watched every minute of that interaction with Detective Carpenter and Detective Stern, along with the one from the night before, which was at the hospital within hours. And I would concur with the examiner's conclusions that the content of his initial statements to authorities included multiple efforts to deceive or mislead. He changed his story multiple times, including he initially denied being in Waukesha the prior Saturday. He initially asserted he traveled to Waukesha on the day in question in a tan Kia with a friend. He initially asserted his mother did not own a vehicle, though later acknowledged as much, and that he used it from time to time. Other changes in his story over the course of his statements and the nature of them further suggest that he was making active attempts to evade detection or responsibility. By implication, such behavior strongly suggests that his reality contact was then intact. When he was shown photographs of driving in the SUV into the parade route, he indicated it was not him. And this is again the examiner. I'm sorry, with the police. She's noting the police contact. It was not until Mr. was in the booking area of the Waukesha County Jail that he displayed some emotion, and this was to, I believe, Detective Stern, where he said, "I didn't mean to kill nobody." Such a remark indicates an awareness of the consequences of his actions and runs counter to a conclusion of an exculpatory mental disease or defect. There's other criteria or other factors. I'm not going to read them all. That was probably one of the more comprehensive explanations of why that examiner did not conclude that there was support for the special plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. All four examiners shared similar observations. Certainly their conclusions were that there was not support for the special plea.
Look, all that time, he has not changed his expression, the look on his face. He's shocked, but he's thinking of a plan. What is he going to do? And he's probably thinking about how he can break out these shackles and jump across there and attack the judge. That's what it is. Erica Patterson and the woman that came across him, I feel sorry because I know y'all went through some hell with this man. You went through gaslighting. You went through mental and physical abuse. And he got with Erica Patterson when she was a child, a young girl. 15 years plus that she had to deal with this man. Wow. Insane. All right, resume.
One examiner talked about, again, conduct after driving in the act, altering his appearance by removing his outer layer of clothing, altering how he was wearing his hair, and then engaging in further efforts to leave the scene by securing transportation via a ride-sharing application. This particular examiner went on to say, while he essentially, meaning Mr. Brooks, disclaimed any memory of those actions and could therefore not explain them, such behaviors strongly suggest an awareness of wrongdoing and a desire to avoid detection. Another examiner had similar things: antisocial personality disorder with borderline features, talked about the cannabis use disorder and full remission in a controlled environment. What's interesting about this particular report is the description of an antisocial personality disorder. The DSM-5 defines antisocial personality disorder as a pervasive pattern of disregard for a violation of rights of others.
Exactly. She was a child, 15 years old.
Failure to conform to social norms with respect to lawful behaviors, as indicated by repeated performing acts that are grounds for arrest. 2, deceitfulness, as indicated by repeated lying, use of aliases, or conning others for personal profit or pleasure. 3, impulsivity or failure to plan ahead. 4, irritability and aggressiveness, as indicated by repeated physical fights or assaults. 5, reckless disregard for safety of self and others. 6, consistent irresponsibility, as indicated by repeated failure to sustain consistent work behavior or honor financial obligations. 7, lack of remorse, as indicated by being indifferent to or rationalizing having hurt, mistreated, or stolen from another. In addition, the individual is at least 18 years old and there's evidence of a conduct disorder prior to the age of 15. This examiner noted Mr. Brooks meets nearly all of the symptoms described above because he has exhibited a long-term maladaptive pattern of behavior involving a disregard for in violation of the rights of others, beginning in childhood and continuing through adult life. The borderline features reflect a general inability to sustain healthy relationships.
Strong, I don't know about getting her on here, but maybe I can do a video about her. And which I did kind of touch on it last time, but I could just do, a video just focusing on, when you dating a narcissist or a sociopath. And I did do a video. If I can, I could put the link up, or you can go back and look at it. But I did do a video of like dating a sociopath, the signs and everything. But maybe I'll do something like that because, like I said, I do a lot of videos about relationships. But with her coming on here, I don't know. That's gonna happen. But just just women in general or men that's dealing with sociopathic women, because it's not just women meeting sociopath men. There's a lot of sociopathic women out here. And these women as sociopaths and narcissists, they actually worse than the men, believe it or not. Actually worse. But thank you for bringing that up, Strong. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, what Rock said up in here? They met online. I just found that out. They met online too. Not now, ladies and gentlemen, don't get me wrong. Not saying you meet somebody online, they got to be crazy, because you can have some good people. You can meet a crazy person, not online. You got sociopaths, narcissists, all of them out here. They come in all nationalities, all shapes and sizes, all ages, all heights, all income levels, jobs, status and everything. So you just never know. All right. Carol says sociopath is a kind of sociopath is kind of an included pattern. Patterns and pattern included problem. Exactly. Sorry about that one. Oh, it said cool. Okay. Yeah, if you look back, because I did do a video with sociopath, but I'll do some more. Because like I touch on, all things about relationship, the good and the bad, and I try to give advice to people, because the whole thing is about my channel is to date smart, not thirsty. Be careful who you bring into your life, and especially be careful bringing them into your home around your children. I don't understand these people messing with these ex-convicts and stuff, but we're not going to get into that one right now, but I can go in on that one. So just stay tuned. Y'all can always feel free to check out my past commentary. You find my email into the description. You can email me if you need coaching, anybody, or viewers request, or, dating advice and stuff like that, dating, love, relationships. I'm here for you. Let's resume.
With others, including his domestically violent relationship with victim PPP. That examiner goes on with further analysis and conclusions, again, finding that there is not support. The last examiner, again, made similar conclusions, also diagnosing Mr. Brooks with an antisocial personality disorder. Why is that important? There is no doubt that in our criminal justice system today, we face a crisis of the mentally ill intersecting in our courts. In the last year and a half alone, this court has ordered many competency evaluations, presided over a number of contested competency hearings, and ordered many, many evaluations for the special plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. And the bottom line is, for this court, Mr. Brooks does not present as a person who is either not competent or not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. It is frankly heartbreaking to see those individuals who truly suffer from schizophrenia, for example, intersect in our criminal justice system. Sometimes they do unspeakable things. They hurt other people. I'm thinking of one such gentleman who was so schizophrenic and out of control. He couldn't even be kept in the courtroom. He was too loud. He clearly, if you've ever been in the room with someone who is suffering from auditory or visual hallucinations, it is not something you easily forget. It makes an impression, even on someone like myself, who's not an MD or a doctorate level psychologist. I've been in the room with an individual who was, when I did defense work, and he was accused of killing someone near and dear to him. It's a very, very different presentation. It's heartbreaking. It's heart-wrenching. Do the mentally ill sometimes commit atrocious crimes? They do. This is not one of those situations. Mrs. Family talk about mental illness and bipolar. You know, in addition, before I get to that, I've also had over my 11 years on the bench of coming face to face with evil on occasion. There are many times, good people do bad things, but there are times when evil people do bad things. There is no medication or treatment for a heart that is bent on evil. Child trauma, bipolar, indifference, physical abuse of a child, or even childhood trauma did not cause Darrell Brooks to commit the acts for which he will be sentenced here today. It is very clear to this court that he understands the difference between right and wrong, and that he simply chooses to ignore his conscience. He is fueled by anger and rage. Some people, unfortunately, choose a path of evil. And I think, Mr. Brooks, you are one of those such persons. As a mom, my heart breaks for your family, for your mom, and for your grandmother. The son that you raised, the son that your grandmother knew, the hope you had for your life, they're gone. I think it's easier to blame this with their son did very, very bad things due to very bad motivations. One of the things ultimately that will happen when you are in prison, sir, is that the Department of Corrections, they are statutorily responsible for your care and your well-being, including your mental health. I do not have any authority to dictate to them where you go or how they treat you. That is far different than when there is support for a plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect, because then the court has available what is called treatment facilities and a commitment to such a treatment facility. That is something that is simply not on the table. And again, 4 evaluations, not even my own assessment, but 4 evaluations from licensed professionals.
Lily, you see it, right? He's speechless for the first time in his life because she called him out. See, she exposed them. When you expose these type of people, this is how they get. They get quiet. But see, technically, you're causing an injury, so he would become into a rage. But he can't quite do that because he's shackled right now. He can't jump up at the judge like he really wants to, because she's exposing him. So their thing is they try to overtalk you. But if they can't overtalk you, they're just going to go straight out and try to hurt you physically. But he can't do that right now because he's shackled down. And you know what? As I'm thinking, as we're watching this is my thoughts and opinions. Because it's amazing how all of a sudden he's extra shackled. I heard I think he was at the ankles and stuff, but also now his wrist. And I can understand why his wrist is shackled. Maybe because she knew what she was going to say and he was going to explode, so she couldn't take that chance. This is my thoughts and opinions. I could be completely wrong. All right, but thank you for sharing that, Lily. Thank you. Let's resume.
Say otherwise. In the face of your family saying that, and even in the face of you claiming that. I'm not even here to say that some of those things can't exist, and you might not have some of your own mental health issues, whether it be bipolar, childhood trauma, or things of that nature. But the bottom line is none of that caused you to do what you did on November 21 of 2021. I want to next turn to the trial in this case. I think it's important that the sentence here today focuses on your conduct on November 21 of 2021 and the moment leading up to that tragic and fateful decision of yours to drive through the Waukesha Christmas parade, and of course the moments after. I, of course, through my sentencing, remarks. And ultimately, what I do here today, I can't answer all of the questions. I can't address all of the issues, including the why. Perhaps the one question that will remain unanswered. Why? Why? Of us sat through the entire trial. And what we learned is that very early on in the afternoon of November 21, starting at around 1 p.m., the police got ready for the parade. The staging area was set up, and that was all along White Rock Avenue. Signs were put in place. Ultimately, barricades were put up at a number of locations on Main Street and surrounding that. We know because we heard from Sergeant Warner about what he had done, and he had.
Okay, Rock said something. Once convicted or before sentence and the jury is gone, they cuff and shackle you up. Oh. Makes sense. Thank you for sharing that one. Okay, thank you, Rock. What Jane says here. It must be difficult for Surat's mother. She is at loss of how to handle the horror her child has committed. There will be a deep digging within herself. Oh, yes, it sure will. And what my girl Sue says. He looks like he wants to lunge at the prosecutor and judge several times throughout this trial. Oh, yes, I agree with you on that one, Sue. I agree. Resume.
Right before the start of the parade, had driven down the parade route. It was on his shoulders, his responsibility to make sure everything was safe and in order. What's important about
From the UK, blessings from you.
That is where the altercation with Erica Patterson really came to a head. We all watched that video, multiple videos. And we know that even before that, you appeared angry and upset. 2 individuals testified about you being at that mobile gas station, how you turned the wrong way down a one-way street, waved your hands in the air, rolled down your window, either exchanged gestures or words with one of the drivers. Perhaps 30 minutes or so before the start of the parade, maybe an hour or so before you drove down the parade route. But what's important is the signage. Even you, at one point, I believe when you were talking with Detective Carpenter, noted, it was my words, my assessment, it was clear something was going on. I think what you said was a lot of shit was blocked off. You'd driven past those signs on the staging area. The fact remains they were there, sir. And the fact remains is you told Detective Carpenter that. We then heard from the witnesses related to Ms. Patterson. We heard from Corey Runkle. We heard from Erica Patterson herself. My impression, based upon Erica Patterson's testimony, who, by the way, she showed grace and dignity facing you, the man who clearly has no regard for her as a mother of one of your children, as someone you had a domestic partnership with and a relationship with at one point. We know, and I would say this goes to your character, what was shown through that altercation and going up the hill, following her, slapping her. You know, the rules don't matter to you, not the rules of the road, not the rules established by court orders, not the rules even of decorum and decency. And I'll get to this more fully when I talk about your character. And I know you went hard at Attorney Opper for bringing these things up.
His expression is priceless.
Lawful,
But he's thinking all the evil things, the way he can do to this
I'll
woman.
tell you the case law that supports that. Your character, even your pending cases. We know at the time of all of this, right, you were out on bond for 2 felony cases, one involving a handgun, one involving the same vehicle in Erica Patterson, and one involving ultimately intimidation of Ms. Patterson. We know that on November 20th, and she was very contrite about this, she told you where she was. She invited you out there, and that you had contact with her on the 20th. There was
Never
some
had
physical.
contact with her on the 20th.
Mr. Brooks, this is my time. You
That's the
need to
reason-
not
That's
interrupt.
the reason why the charge was dropped.
Mr. Brooks,
because the state
you need to stop.
said specifically, wrote you, Your Honor, and said that they know it was no incident that day.
Mr.
Now
Brooks,
you
Here
wanna
comes
sit
the
up here-
rage.
do
Here
not
comes the
interrupt me.
rage.
You will be removed to the other
and now you
courtroom.
want to sit up here
Stop
and try
now.
to add something in that you know for a fact never even happened. You want to sit up here
Mr.
and talk
Brooks,
about
every
who has
time-
grace and all this. You talking about someone with 5 kids that don't have custody.
You need to stop
None
right
of them.
now or you will be removed.
Remove me then.
All right? He will be removed. He cannot simply stay
I don't
quiet when
consent to
this
being
court talks.
sentenced anyway. I don't consent to this. Just like I told you, I don't know the.
We'll be in recess until he's
I don't
removed to
even
the other
understand
courtroom.
the true nature and cause.
That's a good question, Strong. You never know. I think they might be entitled to. I don't know. Look at the anger in his face. The anger. Thinking about if he could just get a hold of that judge's neck, what I would do to her, and the jury, and the prosecution, all of them, and my baby's mother, because it's all their fault why I'm here. That's what they think. Blame shifting.
Be seated. I need to first confirm that Mr. Brooks is able to hear and see the court. We do have the audio and visual on. If someone, I can see on the screen, there is a headset on the table should he choose, but I have confirmation that the audio and visual are working in the other courtroom. Before I continue, of course, Mr. Brooks does have a right to be present for his sentencing. He's been present all along today up until his disruption. It was very clear to this court that he had absolutely no intention of stopping his tirade. I think there's really no other way to describe it. This court needs to go through its remarks uninterrupted. And given the history in this case, which is well documented, of his disruptions and inability or unwillingness to follow the very simple rules of decorum and courtesy, which include not interrupting the court, I felt it important under Illinois versus Allen to remove him from the courtroom. As that is, of course, one of the options, and we have the benefit of the wonderful technology here in this courtroom and the adjoining courtroom, which I believe is the equivalent of being present. What I have referred to at times during this trial as the functional equivalent of being present in this very courtroom. But it is important that I go through this without interruption to make the record that I need to make. I'm going to backtrack. No, you're not muted, sir. You're going to listen to me and you're not going to interrupt. So I want to, I don't want to call it a tangent, but I'm looking for a note that I made. That you need to pledge to this court, sir, that you will not interrupt me despite what you may not like me saying. Can you do that? All right, he's not making that pledge, and under Illinois versus Allen, unless he makes that pledge, he's not coming back into this courtroom. You are not. All right, clearly he's going to keep repeating that statement, so I have muted him at this point. It was my hope that he would honor a simple rule of courtesy and decorum that he show respect to this court, to these proceedings, and not interrupt and talk over me, but that clearly is something he is unwilling or unable to do. I'll find my note that I wrote later. It had to do with, frankly, what this court has observed as a pattern with Mr. Brooks, and that is when testimony or statements by the court or statements by the prosecution team become unfavorable to him, he lashes out and he disrupts. And that has been borne out time after time after time during this trial. So let me go through and pick up where I left off about the trial. I'm not going to go through everything in detail, but I think it's important that I set the stage, right, and the basis for my sentencing. One of the things that I did note regarding Erica Patterson's testimony, because frankly, I wasn't sure where Mr. Brooks was going to go with his own defense, based on some of the remarks he made during his opening statement, which was actually later, but I guess I'll go back to my review of his recorded interview and some of the things that he tried to say. And at least it became apparent ultimately with the way he cross-examined witnesses. I wasn't sure if he would claim perhaps someone else was in the vehicle, he was afraid of police, the tinting of the windows, some of those things. Here's where it frankly doesn't matter. Okay, Erica Patterson provided key testimony in this regard, that there was no one else in the vehicle with Mr. Brooks. And I'm aware that he wants to come back, but until he writes me a pledge that he will not interrupt me under Illinois
Innovation, you noticed that, right? He never does.
Right present during my remarks. And unless he makes that pledge to me in writing, he's not coming back in. One of the things I tried to do in my preparation, and let me tell you, I reviewed all of my notes from this trial. I have, I think, 9 notepads. I looked at just a couple of exhibits, but primarily the map, Exhibit 15. I really wanted to determine for myself how long this carnage took. We know the distance, right? From at least where he entered. And you know what, Madam Clerk, put my screen up, will you?
Sure.
I'm going to put Exhibit 15 up because I think it's worth doing that. All right. We know from White Rock, where the first star is the right, it says Fleet 1, unmarked sedan, Marcus, and that's where Detective Casey was. And so we know he 2-3 blocks before striking anyone. And then it's really about 5 blocks of what can only be described as chaos and carnage. We know we have, from the evidence and the testimony, 2 different speed calculations. One from Bosco's, that was the surveillance footage, between 33 and 34.5 miles per hour. And then we have one farther down from the footage from Curry Insurance, where it's averaged 32 miles per hour. Now, I acknowledge math is not my strong suit. I did not do a calculation, but I don't think it took very long for all of this to happen. I think it was a matter of minutes. I think 5 minutes would even be far too long. It's probably 3, maybe. And it was somewhat hard to gauge during the trial because of how the state presented. And I don't mean this as a criticism, but they were very meticulous in showing video, breaking it down, showing it at half speed, sometimes 30% speed, to really get an understanding of what was happening. And at no point did anyone ever tell me or tell the jury how long this took. But even though it took just a couple of minutes, there were so many opportunities for Mr. Brooks to simply stop, turn around, turn down other streets before he ever crossed Barstow Avenue. And what we know is that at 4:37, Detective Tom Casey had the first police encounter with Darrell Brooks. Came face to face. Detective Casey at the hood of the car, coming eye to eye. The SUV brushed past him. And here's the thing. Detective Casey said he wasn't going very fast. To me, that tells me he had ample time to reflect about what he was about to do. If you look on that map, it's not a pledge, he's not coming in. When you come down White Rock, you can take a hard left on East Main Street. You can take what I call a soft left. I believe it's Pleasant Street. And Detective Casey, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I can't see it on the map. Frankly, you can turn around at any point in time on White Rock Avenue. But instead, and I think if you all try to picture this, as difficult as it may be, there's squads with lights, there's barricades. I know I read in the other act's motion that Mr. Brooks claimed at one point he was having a panic attack, and maybe I think he was going to claim at some point he was afraid of police. Why drive toward them? Why take that right-hand turn? There's no reasonable explanation other than he was angry, he was full of rage, and he didn't care who he came in contact with, what he came in contact with, whether he drove past, through, at, he drove. Detective Casey pounded on the hood of that car, saw his face, again, was brushed by that SUV, thankfully not hurt. All of this preceded by the visual signs along White Rock Avenue of the staging of this parade, floats, bands, banners, signs, people. And as you got closer to Main Street, the spectators lining those streets, which both, I believe, Detective Casey and Sergeant Warner said were thousands of people. Before he ever gets to Barstow Avenue, he comes in contact with, after Detective Casey, Officer Buttrin and Officer Schneider. He has an opportunity, if you look at this map, he could go right on Buckley. Again, there might be police, there might be barricades. You simply stop. You ask, can I get out? No doubt in my mind, any police officer there would have done just that. He could have gone left on Northeast Avenue. Continuing down, he could have gone left on Martin Street. Continuing on, Barstow Avenue. This is where the parade participants, unfortunately, he has contact with them, but he could have gone right on Barstow. He could have gone left on Barstow. And we know from some of the footage that we saw that his car was seen flying past, true, not hitting one at this point, but flying past. There's no logical understanding for Mr. Brooks other than he's in the middle of a parade. He's about, he can see them. Anyone driving a vehicle would see what's ahead. And we know from this map, right, what was ahead of him. We saw that video footage. We heard the testimony. Many police vehicles at these intersections with their lights flashing. There's no doubt in my mind that Mr. Brooks would understand a parade was going on. You can turn off my monitor, thank you. We also know it was not yet dark. Dusk. This was from the battalion chief who talked about when he arrived after that first alert at 4:39, it was not yet dark, it was dusk. I think that aids to the visibility that Mr. Brooks would have seen all of these people. This is not under cover of night. It's of course downtown Waukesha. We saw these in many of the street lights I'm referring to in many of the videos as well that would have been on. Or coming on. We know just past Barstow, he strikes his first victim, Nicole White. She was with Remax Services with the hot air balloon. If anyone's seen that, we saw it in the video. That is unmistakable what that is. That would get anyone's attention. If this was a mistake, if he was lost, this was his very first opportunity to stop and do the right thing after causing injury to a person. But he didn't. He did not stop. And then, of course, the Waukesha South Band. It's hard not to think about what I watched and not have this reaction. Those were images that frankly kept me up at night, that I saw over and over and over. For their band director, she's a hero to me, to get up on the stand, to talk about, and that was Sarah Waymeyer Aparicio, to identify, talk about formation, talk about what she saw. So strong for all of you. Mr. Brooks had another opportunity to. This wasn't one isolated person that he could claim, I didn't know I struck someone. This was driving over people. What Kyle.
Now, this is something else I want to point out. With these narcs and sociopaths, they love to see you when you're weak and you're breaking down. He's enjoying, that's why he's sitting there with a smirk on his face, waving a piece of paper, like blah, blah, blah. He's loving the fact that she's crying. You know what I mean? Because they don't have empathy, but they want to see you. They want to see you cry. He's like, look, I got up under her skin. I got her so upset and riled up that she's crying and everything. Now, Rock says something. I saw in someone's chat that the judge Darrell is pregnant and she has another murder case in the near future. Now, I'm hearing too that she's pregnant, and then I'm hearing that she's not. So I don't know which one is, but I read somewhere that she was pregnant. I don't know what article that was, and then I'm hearing that she isn't. So it's kind of like back and forth if she is or not. I'm not sure, but I know she has 2 sons, and I believe the youngest is a daughter, and she's married. And I forgot what the husband does. I forgot whatever, so I'm not sure on that one. But he's enjoying that she's crying. See, that's what they love. They love to see you crying in pain, weakness, and stuff like that. They get off on that one. I know, Judge. I cried during those witnesses' statements. She has empathy. That's why she's crying, because she has empathy. He doesn't have empathy. When they cry, they just cry for themselves. You know, they don't care. All right, Jane says the judge is not pregnant. Her and her husband have 2 boys and a girl. Okay, yeah, that's what I was hearing, but I heard that she is. I read somewhere. I don't know, but time will tell. Definitely. Yeah, I cried too. It was hard not to. Yeah, it was hard hearing that, especially when I heard about what was the name of that lady? Cream. I forgot the name of the lady, the one who had the 4 kids and all 4 of them got hit. Gosh. All right, what else? Rock says at for real. No, a narcissist refuses to see themselves as others do. Yep. They don't put themselves in other people's shoes. They don't have no empathy. They don't care. It's just about them. All right, resume. I might have to restart if it start doing that circle thing again. If it does. And Karina, I hope I'm saying it right. And welcome. I know this is sad. It is sad. We'll see if it start doing that circle thing again. I might have to restart, but it'll, just take 1 minute and I'll be right back. And thank you everybody for coming and making sure that you vote and hit the like. And like I said, welcome to Donna Just Being Real. My channel's about dating, love, relationships, and toxic relationships. And I use crime stories. I do ammunition. Check out my ammunition playlist. And I also use trial stories that's dealing with relationships as a teaching tool for my channels about teaching to educate you to learn on these red flags of these toxic, narcissist, sociopath, toxic people that comes into your life, because not everybody comes into your life with good intentions, unfortunately. So you have to be aware of the signs. And as us parents, we need to teach our children about this, because a lot of parents don't. You need to teach your children about dating, to date smart and not thirsty, so they won't get caught up with these crazy people and get their hearts broken. That's not the school's job to do. That's the parents' job. Just a pointer. Judge isn't pregnant. That was a rumor. She has an identical twin sister. Oh, okay. So I don't know. Dar, I don't know. It's like back and forth. Sue Hex, you live close to the court. Oh, yeah, that's a good question. Love the. Oh, you're a crime junkie too. Oh yes, I'm a crime junkie over here. Um. Yeah. So All right. Let me go back. Resume.
Jewel described as the SUV went over people like they were big old speed bumps. I know the Green children were injured around there. Thankfully, their physical injuries were minor, and I know I could probably spend a long time talking about the injuries of the band members, and I'm not going to go through that. They were significant. It was horrific. Thankfully, none of them were killed. And then, of course, moving on to Burst Logistics, between the band and the Blazers, that is where Kelly Graybow and her 10-year-old daughter, Adelia, were in that adorable Cindy Lou Who costume. And what struck me, and Kelly referenced this in her statement yesterday, was seeing the tires go past her head after she was hit. And Delia had as well. And that's from the Waukesha Blazers. And Jeff Rogers talked trial. He testified about, again, having to come into this courtroom, talk about all of those who were with him, who were injured, and of course, Lil Jackson Sparks. Another video that, frankly, is difficult to watch and hard to unsee. You heard not only Jeff, but Josh Craner talk about what happened, and Josh, of course, being struck. And then the Extreme Dance Group. I think it's fair that I didn't fully understand the extent of their injuries until hearing from many of the victims yesterday. I now understand why one of the girls called her aunt and said, "My entire team is dead," because that's what it looked like. It was horrific. And to think of those two brave young ladies who got up during this trial to testify about what they saw, what they
Hey,
did,
money, pink lady in the house.
Jamie
Blessings to you
Melissa,
and an early happy Thanksgiving.
Your dancers are proud of you, and because of you, justice has been served. We heard from others, spectators, Deborah Ramirez, regarding herself and her son, that the vehicle was accelerating, not stopping. A moment that sticks out to me, really, Mr. Brooks trying to chastise her for not seeking medical attention right away. Her response was perfect. She waited due to the number of injured and all the blood she saw. Understandable. Not something to be chastised for. And then moving on, and again, I know I'm not mentioning everybody. These are just some of the, and I should call them some of the telling evidence really support. Bonesteel and her husband testified about what Citizens Bank was doing, hearing the impact against Jane, a very loud thud and an audible gasp from the crowd. Her husband, Adam, was driving the support vehicle. And when he was being cross-examined about why he didn't see the driver.
Okay, there was a comment here I wanted to refer. Oh gosh, it didn't come up on the screen here. Darn it, darn it, darn it. Yes, happy Thanksgiving, Thanksgiving, Thanksgiving. Yeah, this one was hard. Let me see what Jane says. The comment I was trying to read. I disagree with the. I dare say the jury, staff, gallery have nodded off listening to the boring voice of Darrell Brooks, especially after hot lunch and a warm courtroom. Ooh, facts. All right, what do we have here? Sue says, it's been a while since I watched Granado Mine. Oh, Granado Mine. Now to my Criminal Minds, a TV show that Criminal Minds is an old one. Used to come on. I used to love that show. Oh my gosh, like crazy. All right, the comment I was trying to read here, but it's not. It was holding up, but Evie Jack. All right, this way he said it. He lives with Mama And I pinned the comment so y'all can see the pinned comment. He lives with mama, has no job or car, is unemployed, and a deadbeat dad. And yet he thinks he is wonderful. Yeah, this is how they are. They think they something else. He's nothing but a slime ball. And women and ladies, you cannot entertain these type of dudes. Just stay away, heck away from them. Don't bring them in your life, especially around your children. All right, what else we have here? Oh, okay. Got you, Sue. Yeah, Criminal Minds. All right. And what else? It was Ms. Ural with the Urel. I hope I'm saying it right. Ural with the 4 kids that's injured. You know what I'm talking about. Oh my God. All 4 of her children. Medical bills, all, oh my gosh. All right. Dara says Criminal Minds was a great show. She'll also like read. Okay. And it says he think he is too. think he's Tupac. Kanye. I think so too. Because these narcissists and sociopaths, they delusional. Like I said, they live Halloween every day. They always want to be a different character. Okay, let's resume.
Again, he just simply said that I thought it was my wife that had all I saw was poncho. And the only time we ever heard about brake lights was when Jake Kulik was on that vehicle and he braked so we could get her off the top and run her over. We heard from Matthew Harris, who talked about the red SUV coming straight at them and then veering and going in the direction of Nancy and Granny's. And again, audible gasp described that eerie sound. He saw a child injured in front, Jake Kulik behind. Actually, the child and Jake Kulik behind, and 2 victims ahead. He saw 2 of the Nancy and Grannies. What he described as the SUV traveling faster than the speed limit. What I wrote down from his testimonies, he's a combat vet, and this is what he said. I never saw anything like this in such a safe area. You could tell he felt bad about not seeking treatment right away for his daughter. He talked about how his wife's a nurse practitioner. And again, he didn't want to direct resources from other victims, that he thought she was okay enough to be home with them. Now, by this time in the parade, it's very clear the spectators are noticing something is not right. The sounds, the atmosphere has changed. There's screaming, there's gasping. There's a noticeable difference. At this point, I believe that Owen was struck, Kelsey was struck. Probably another miracle, given the injuries she sustained, a tear in her spleen, significant road rash cuts requiring facial surgery. What Mr. Knapp described the driver as having eyes completely wide open. And then next we heard from Laura Thien, one of the dancing grannies. She talked about the sisterhood. Brave came in, talked to that 7 people injured from 4 fatalities. It all happened like the 6 people who were killed suffered multiple blunt force traumatic injuries. Severe, significant, some dying instantly. I was impressed by both Dr. Shiel and Dr. Bidzricki. Dr. Bidzricki for her
All right. Vera said something, and welcome to Donna Just Being Real. Vera says, wonder how his mother would have felt if he had killed his nephew when he shot at him. The guy is dangerous. Exactly. But it don't seem like she really thinks, she doesn't really care, because she was up here speaking for him. I showed it earlier. She was speaking on behalf of her son. Your son who shot your grandson, his nephew, shot at him, at your grandson, your nephew, that your deceased daughter son is living with you. See, it's just this whole family is so flipping dysfunctional to the max. They all dysfunctional, all of them, and supporting one another. So it says a lot about them. And I feel sorry for the nephew. I mean, I don't know the whole story. I don't live in the house and everything, but I think there was something you'd have to look online that the nephew was begging the court to not let him out or something, or he wanted a protection order. I can't remember. I can't remember exactly what it was. But the nephew, excuse me, was fearing for his life in the same house. And you let this man back into your house. I'm talking about the mother. You let Surat back in the house knowing he shot at his nephew, your grandson. Are you kidding me? This is insane. But you know what? It's not just their family. A lot of this stuff happens all the time. It could be a next door neighbor or whatever. This kind of stuff happens in a home. You have a lot of enablers. You have a lot of sociopaths, narcissists, all of them floating around. It could be your doctor, your teacher, your co-worker, your children, your parents, your best friend, the one you laying in the bed with, your husband, your wife. They all over the place. You just have to learn the signs so you can stay the heck away from them, because all they do is come into your life to cause havoc, destruction, to use and abuse you and destroy you. And some will kill you. Reason. Oh, let me read the poll real quick. Hopefully, I got 51 votes. All right, I have 69 people in here so far, and they only say 51 votes. Come on, vote, vote, vote. All right, do you think Surat is a sociopath? 84% says yes, 8% says no way, Donna, and 8% says not sure, Donna. Okay, let's resume.
Attention to detail, her looking at that vehicle, inspecting it, looking at the heights from damage was done, and it being consistent in height with the individuals that she did the autopsies on. And of course, Dr. Scheel, and both of these individuals have testified before me, but Dr. Scheel, very shaken from the autopsy of little Jackson Sparks. Continuing on, he too heard thuds. Asking in their right mind would be going, he estimated it to be over 25 miles per hour. And then Lucas Hallmark, the off-duty police officer who was walking with his family on that day. He talked about the commotion behind, the large amount of screaming. You could feel it was palpable when he testified about having the wherewithal to try to get his kids out of the way, throwing his 3-year-old as far as he could out of the way. You could see the pain on his face when he talked about not being that successful with his 7-year-old. He said, I will quick. He testified that he thought this was a terrorist act, that SUV did not stop. I ran speed already. The ACE speed estimation from Detective Carpenter, 33 to 34 miles per hour, a little bit more than that. The speed calculation by Michael Smith from State Patrol from far down the route of averaging 32 miles per hour. And then, of course, the vehicle inspection.
Okay. Jack, you have a point. You says, I think Mama's afraid of him. Maybe she can find peace now. See, this is the part that I don't understand. And I was thinking that too. Because you do have a lot of parents out here that's afraid of their children, believe it or not. Usually it's the kids afraid of the parents, but there's children afraid of their, excuse me, let me repeat. There are parents afraid of their children. And that is the truth. As we speaking right now, you have some seniors and the children is taking their Social Security money, disability money to go and buy drugs and say, if you don't give me money, I'll beat you up. That kind of stuff. It does happen. And I was thinking the same thing, that this could be a possibility, Jack. I don't know. But the thing is that I'm saying that if it is the case, you know what he did. You ain't never got to see him again. So this is your time to tell him F you. Go to what you call it. But no, she's not. She's defending him. You know he's not coming out, so he can never come back to hurt you. So that's why I don't feel that she was living afraid. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know. I'm not knocking your comment. Thank you for sharing that because I want to discuss that one because there are a lot of cases. And when people are afraid like that, they're like, this is the greatest time. Now I can get rid of the person. I'm happy. They celebrate and they'll come to the court and say, ha ha, got you. You're done. You're done. So never know. All right, let's see what Jane has to say here. Jane says, Vera, I do believe there was his young nephew plus his friend in the car. Darrell Brooks shot and came from a Glock gun. Surratt has stolen. All right, so you got a possibility. All right, let me see what Rock have to say. I saw a good real stories inside a psychiatric mental ward. It shows a girl on a bed with a teddy bear. It's 9 months. Good stuff. This mental guy killed his mother. What does that show? I'd like to see that one. That sounds interesting. Alrighty. Christina says, I subscribed yesterday after looking at some more of Darrell Brooks' court footage, and your channel came up. Happy to be here. Thank you for the great show. You are so welcome. Happy to have you here. Okay. So I'm going to resume.
By the state patrol, finding no mechanical issues. There was also the Franklin assistant chief who attended the parade. He was near West Main Street in Maple. He provided the testimony regarding the SUV, the window being open, and the driver sticking his head out, looking out. He testified how he thought perhaps it was either emergency, maybe even a mechanical issue, but it was clear once that SUV passed him and he saw that driver. He saw you, Mr. Brooks. No panic, no distress. His heart sank. He knew it was not a medical emergency. The body language just didn't fit. It did not believe it was mechanical at that point either. And then he saw the vehicle crank to the right. As he testified, he seemed excited about what he had done. Another off-duty police officer, this one from Wauwatosa, talked about how he saw Mr. Brooks after the fact crash the vehicle, hear him yell out an expletive and run southbound with his sweatshirt still on. We all saw that video. Of course, at one point, Officer Skolton had contact. And as he testified, he put things together. Keep in mind all of the radio traffic, right? About one person, then like 15 people, and another 15. It was very apparent to him that although he was on the far end, he was around the dogleg on Wisconsin and Maine, that a vehicle had driven through the parade. He saw this vehicle. Of course, at that point, it was heavily damaged. He made the decision to use deadly force. What did he do after? What did Darrell Brooks do after? We crashed the vehicle. He fled the scene in a hurry. He changed his appearance, took off his sweatshirt, loses his shoes, I think in a hurry to get out of there, not caring that they had fallen off. He puts his hair up and those. He unsuspecting people. All in the SUV. His mother, who arranges for an Uber. We heard from the Uber driver. He never showed up. It was nearby, ultimately, where he was found. And then, of course, the ring footage of his contact with Daniel Ryder. That is at 5:01 p.m. Minutes after all of this happened. Mr. Ryder was astute, noticing that after Mr. Brooks being in his home for maybe 8 to 9 minutes, he saw squads driving by. I think you could say his gut told him something wasn't right. And he had Mr. Brooks go onto the porch, of course, after having given him a sandwich, given him a coat to wear, ultimately asks him for his coat back. And then, of course, the arrest. This is where some of the lies.
Shout out to the UK in the house.
Claims
And happy Thanksgiving to everyone.
They have to actually seek medical clearance for him because he claims that he was thrown to the ground when he was arrested. He was not. The video is very clear. He cooperated. He laid down. There was no use of force used at all to take him into custody. But we know ultimately that he lies about what he was doing in Waukesha, how he got there, who he was with. He lies about having contact with Erica Patterson the day before. We know when he's found, he has the Ford key credit card, not only in his name, but one, whether it's a credit card or like a benefits card, but it's in the name of Erica Patterson, and of course an ID for himself, a state issued ID. The Ford itself is registered in his mom's name. It's the same address that's on his ID, and there was documentation found in the Ford Escape. He's now in custody. He's taken to the substation, ultimately taken to Waukesha Memorial Hospital. What's notable about the video and audio clips that this court reviewed from the hospital, Mr. Brooks is calm. He's coherent. There's no obvious signs of impairment, no obvious signs or really any signs of mental distress. He makes statements that he's not from the area. He doesn't appear or confused. At some point, there's kind of a jovial atmosphere between him and one of the detectives. The next day, he lies to Detective Carpenter, denies driving to Waukesha. I got a ride. He makes up the story about a tan Kia. He's very nondescript and vague information that he provides. And over the course of those 5 hours, he never once references the parade. He never once says there was another driver. Of course, they start talking to him initially about the domestic altercation because by that time, it's very clear a link had been made between Erica Patterson and the call that police originally received of the domestic, or at least an altercation near Frame Park, and Mr. Brooks. We also know, because of the bond conditions in the 2 felony cases, he's not supposed to have any contact with her whatsoever, but he does. At no time during the 5 hours on November 22nd does he make any admissions. Does he show any concern for any of the victims? No empathy, only lies, only concern for himself, for his family. Can I have a phone call? He does not provide, and I said this already, the name of anyone else that could be driving that.
I love your question, Jack. Do you think it's easier for mom to say that he has mental illness instead of accepting the reality that her son is pure evil? Oh, yes, exactly. That is easier for him to do. You get what I'm saying? You know, I'm not no doctor or whatever, psychologist. Yes, I'm a certified, life coach, and I deal with dating, love, and relationships, that kind of thing. But I'm not a doctor. But I will say is she doesn't want to accept the fact that her son is pure evil. So it's easier to say, oh, mental illness, he has bipolar, and y'all have to understand. And hopefully it's to bring awareness to the politicians and the police officers. Just say it. Your child is the son of Satan. Okay? But she doesn't want to say that because of the fact she doesn't want that, she doesn't want to accept the fact that she has something to do with it because she's been enabling him. Or maybe she's just like him. You just never know. These are all my thoughts and opinions and everything, ladies and gentlemen. We don't know the whole thing. We're not there. But my research of dealing with, because, like I said, I do coaching with dating, love, relationship, and I also do coaching with narcissism abuse. And what I've learned about with narcissist abuse, a lot of people become narcissists because of their parents. Their parents basically kind of like mold them, the golden child, to be little narcos, just like the parents. And then some kids who doesn't want to be like those parents because they completely different. Those are the ones that's like the black sheep. They'll shun to the side. They'll treat like crap because they're not following the program. I wonder about, that's why I say I would like to know about Darrell Brooks' sister. What was she like? I was just curious. And just like, well, let's I'm jumping off here, but we're still in the same thing. But let's talk about Jeffrey Dahmer's. I always wanted to know about his brother because Jeffrey Dahmer's had a brother. And what I heard from someone, I don't know if it's true and everything, but that Jeffrey Dahmer's brother, he changed his name, he disappeared. So it seemed like to me, this is my thoughts and opinions, everybody, that Jeffrey Dahmer's brother's like, he doesn't want to have any part of it. He was different. He wasn't like Jeffrey Dahmer's. But the father had something about him, like he was training his son to kill animals and what not they I don't think they killed animals, but they got dead animals, dissected them or whatever. And they probably had the little brother like, come and join us. Oh, that's sick. I don't want to do that. Oh, you just a punk. You just a mama's boy. Go in the kitchen and help your mother cook. You can't do man stuff. You know. But you see, when you're doing this stuff, and then what happened to Jeffrey Dahmer? How did he turn out? Just something to think about. I can go in more depth about this one, but we focusing on this one. And Shannon Smith, welcome, hugs and kisses to you. Pam said yes. Rock says, any excuse to avoid to take responsibility. Yeah, they're not gonna take responsibility. And Cream says, I think she made him this way, born bad and made worse by mama. Yeah, that's what they do. A lot of parents, in some cases, they raise their kids to be little evils like them. It is what it is. This kind of stuff, the family dynamics is something else. I should do like a video, just break it down. I have a second channel when I talk about it's more about what I talk about with toxic relationship and more with narcissist abuse. And my second channel going more in depth in that one. But the family dynamics is something else. Oh my gosh. It is. All right. Christina says, I saw footage of him on a program when he was younger in jail, speaking the same narcissist nonsense and focus all on him. I think I'm more intelligent than everyone's rubbish. I think I know which video you're talking about. I think I know what you're talking about. I would show it, but I don't know if that's going to go through. I don't know if I can. If y'all still here, I'm going to show another video, a couple of videos with the mother when she was hiding in the dark. All right, what we got Rock over here saying? Kristen, yeah, the narcissists love the spotlight. Yes, they do. They love spotlight. They do. They shine on them. Christina, I viewed that program. I agree with you. Oh, so Jane, you seen it too. All right, what's Pamela have to say? Pamela says, the judge said that they could not find any medical records exactly showing that he was diagnosed with bipolar disorder, etc. So his mama got on Zoom in front of the world and lied. What does that tell you? Bingo. Oh, Pamela, you not playing. You watching everything. You got your little detective antennas up. And that's facts, and that's the truth. That is so true. Yeah, nothing about the sort. They just saying that. They never had him checked. What they did was they just coddled him. They probably thought it was cute. You have some parents out here that think that oh my God, Susan said grounds. Exactly, grounds. You have some parents that think it's cute when their kids act up. They think it's cute. You got some mothers out here think it's cute when their sons have a bunch of girlfriends and bring it. Ooh, we talking about Amber Heard. Oh my gosh. I was doing commentary on the Darrell. Like I told you, my channel's about dating, love, relationships, toxic relationships. That's all I do, relationships. And I did cover with the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. Oh, that was interesting, Susan. That was interesting. And I knew when I was watching, I said, I think this girl got borderline personality disorder. And come to find out, yeah. Because, I did a lot of research and got, certificates in it, learning about it. But I'm just a coach, not a, no therapist, psychologist, nothing like that. And when I was watching that Amber Heard, I said, this girl got borderline. Oh, yeah, she did. Oh, I got a video. Maybe I'll show a little quick animation video, what I did with Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. Maybe I'll show that for y'all if this computer don't act funny. All right, what we have. Coroner Smallwood says, I love that he was prosecuted by a woman. He had, oh, you going deep, Connor. All right, let me read this again. I love that he was prosecuted by a woman he had no control over. He could tell was used to getting his way by overpowering women. Exactly, because Connor, when you was watching, when he was being interrogated by the men, he was so calm, strutting his show like, what, or whatever. But when it comes to women, he just over talking. He got something to say. He's attacking and everything. Yeah, he's one of those type of guys. He got a problem with women, big time. All right, what else we got here? Christina said, so she has one child who died and one who will die in prison. Exactly. I think there might be another child. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I think somebody said in the comments. I could be wrong, but I definitely know, Christina, they were saying that his twin sister died. But Surat's gonna be in jail. What my girl Pamela has to say. Pamela says the judge said that they could not find any medical records. Oh, diagnosed. I did. Oh, I said that one. Okay. Abby, blessings to you, Abby Lane. Oh, yes. All right. Let's resume. Let me see if I can find that other video. Resume.
Vehicle. At one point, Detective Carpenter says one of two people drove through the Waukesha Christmas parade. Either a God-fearing person who screwed up or the malicious guy. Darrell Brooks's response is, don't spin it. One of the things that has become abundantly clear throughout this trial, Darrell Brooks understands exactly what he's doing. His comprehension is fine. I have absolutely no concerns and have never had any concerns throughout this case and throughout this trial or even through the past day and a half regarding his competency. He's intelligent, he's deliberate, he's purposeful. He made nuanced arguments during this trial, one about the right to counsel versus the right to the assistance of counsel. That's a sophisticated legal argument, not the product of someone who doesn't understand.
Oh, let me pause here for a second. Rainy Woman says, Diva. Exactly. Notice how there are no men to speak on his character. That's a good point. Rainy Woman is on point. Yeah, there's no men. There's only women, right? Only women. Interesting. All right. What else do we have? I think it was another comment that popped up. Let me see. What was the other comment here? And my computer's a little slow, so y'all work with me. All right. Sewer rat. Although you could clean up a sewer rat and make it a respectable animal. Oh, gosh. Go ahead, Christina. All right. Jane says, notice how they were not 20 people speaking about his character. He stated there would be. Only 3 spoke on this. That's what you see with these narcs and sociopaths, they delusional. They live in a fairy tale world. They, it's like Halloween for them, storybooks to them. Oh, I'm gonna have all these people here speaking because I'm special. I'm special. Like if you ever know like a narcissist sociopath, they'll say like they're having a party and a gathering. They'll say, oh yeah, it's gonna be a jam, it's gonna be this, we got the DJ, everything's gonna be here. Oh, foods, drinks, the place is gonna be packed. And then when you get there, it's like 4 or 5 people, kind of cornballs, quiet. And it's like if they basically pulled them off the street. That's what they do. They're a bunch of liars. They live in a fantasy world. That's what they do. Everyone hit the like. All right. What does Jane have to say? Oh, yeah, that's the one I just read off here. Remember, he would. No, I didn't read this. Notice. All right, I'm sorry. No, I did read that one. Sorry. All right, let's resume. Oh, wait a minute. All right, let's see what Sweet has to say. And welcome to Donna Just Being Real. Sweet Home have to say, yep. I was just watching the first video of yours that was recommended from 9 days ago, and then I looked for more videos and so happy. Oh, this is so beautiful. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it, and blessings to you. And then I looked for more videos and so happy that you're alive. Such great opinions. Yep, Surrat is the right word. And thank you. Glad to have you on my channel. Glad to have you. Glad to have everybody on my channel. Thank you. And thank you for the ones that's watching my, old videos that, recently subscribed to my channel. I appreciate that. And watching old videos and leaving feedbacks and emailing me. And, I appreciate that. I do. Because my channel is education. It's all about teaching and bring awareness in the dating scene and the family dynamics with people. Oh my gosh, there's so many of these toxic people out here. All right, Pamela says, what we got, my girl Pamela says, his mom, his grandmother, and Michelle all ended up with an exact same thing. I hope he will get sent to a mental facility where he can get the help he needs. No, you get 3 hots and a cot, 3 hots and a cot, and that's it. All right. What Christina says again, he knew no one would speak up for him apart from the women in his family. I got a son. Nope. I would have turned him in straight away. Exactly. Does anybody know about that Fushi kid? Aiden Fushi? I can't remember the name, but the Fushi kid that killed that girl, I think it was like 15 years old, killed the girl, stabbed up almost 100 times on Mother's Day, supposed to be going to trial. I'm going to cover that one. I call him the pimple face killer. Do y'all know about that? Let me know in the comments. His name is Fushi. Let me know if you know about that one. All right. Connor says, I still can't believe that he would say it was God's plan for this to happen. This is what they do. This is what they do. He's going to go to hell in a handbasket for that statement. Oh, yes, he is. Oh, yes, he is. Okay, I resume. Wait a minute. What else we got here? What does Sweet Home have to say? Yes. And Mom covered for him. Oh, you know about that one. Yeah, I want to cover that. She was washing the blood off the pants. You know about that, Sweet Home. Are you kidding me? Another enabler. She's an enabler. Brian Laundrie's parents is an enabler. Yes, they all enabler. Yeah, Fushi. Oh, I might be spelling it wrong. Oh, my spelling is so bad, but Fushi. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know about that, Sweet Home. Are you kidding me? Let me tell you something. My kids come home with blood on them like that. Talking about they killed somebody. I'd be like, okay, well, just sit down, relax, baby. Let me go make you some tea to relax. 911, get this piece of crap out of my house. I'm not supporting it. Are you kidding me? She's sitting there washing the pants, and Brian Laundrie's parents. You know that Gabby Petito was living in a fiance, living in a home, and they go off on some sort of adventure, and he comes home without her, and go talk about, Ma, I did, I killed her. No, 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 it doesn't work like that. I'll say is, sit down, son, relax yourself. I know your nerves are shot. I'll be right back. 911, get him out the house. But you know what they did? They ignored Gabby Petito's calls. And I did videos on that one too. They ignored Gabby Petito's parents' calls. They ignored it. And what they do? Oh, you want to speak? Speak to my lawyer. Are you kidding me? And if I'm correct, they all went on some sort of kumbaya trip just before. And then Petito's family, not Petito's, excuse me, the Laundry family, knowing everybody was out here for weeks searching, looking for him. And they knew that he killed himself. Are you kidding me? And I believe the Petito family, they suing her and everything. And I hope they sue the crap out that family. They need to do some jail time. I personally think, my thoughts and opinion. Are you kidding me? There's no way I would support some crap like that. What is wrong with these parents? It tells a lot about their personality. I personally think that Gabby Petito, I know I'm jumping into Gabby Petito. I'm sorry, y'all. We just got into this one. But Gabby Petito, I think she went through some heck in that house. Because I think his parents are a bunch of narcissists or sociopaths in that house. And she had to live in that crap. But I'm trying to understand why such a young girl leaving home to live with her boyfriend and his parents so far. She's from New York and he's from, what was it, Florida? I don't know. All right. His parents are the worst of the worst. Exactly, Sweet Home. All right. What's Rock have to say? I saw that nightclub shooter in Colorado was in a premier hearing today on YouTube. That is so sad about that shooting. That is so sad about that night. You have a lot of sick people out here, Rock, a lot. All right, what's Abby have to say? Abby Lane says, I would have turned him in also if for nothing else, so it would not be able to continue doing it as he does. I just hope he catches his own God's plan in prison. Exactly. I mean, don't get me wrong. I know as parents, I'm a parent too. We give birth and you see a child, we love our children, we want nothing but the best for them. But why are we supporting evil? Unless you evil yourself. What do you think? That's the only thing I could think of, unless you evil yourself. Evil supports evil. Good supports good. There's no other way to look at it. If anybody disagree with me, put in the comment section. Be respectful. Let me know. Tell me. I think evil supports evil, good supports good. It is what it is. Doesn't make any sense. You got to be kidding me. Ooh, but I hope that Fucci kid is going to be public because I want to go into that pimple face killer. Oh, you just don't know what I heard about. He stabbed that girl. Was it day before Mother's Day or on Mother's Day? Stabbed her like almost 100 times. And I think if I'm correct, don't quote me on my words. I got to do more of my research on it, right? But he was bragging about how he wanted to kill somebody. He was telling his friends. And then he's sitting up in the car talking about, oh, in the police car with a peace sign. Like it's nothing. He didn't care. No remorse, just like Rat. But my word for him is called Pimple Face Killer. And now, if I'm correct, he's over in court talking about he's uncomfortable. He wants to go to another jailhouse. See, another one. He feels entitled too, this young boy. He feels entitled too. Mommy and Daddy laid down and had Satan Jr. by the name of Bucci. We're going to get into him. If that makes it public, I want to talk about that one. So stay tuned for that one. Abby said, agreed. And Shannon said, exactly. All right, let's get back to it.
He asked questions on cross regarding tint, horns. He brought up the recall after the fact. He talked and asked questions about barricades, police being at the intersection. Although we never fully understood what his defense was, what became very apparent to me as I reread through all of my notes is that from the very beginning, he wanted to argue jury nullification. If you go back to his opening statements, he talked about power.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I had on mute all this time and I was talking. Oh gosh. Did I have a mute all this time? Did y'all hear me? Let me just go back real quick. I was just going back to Pam's comment. And I said, Pamela, you're right. The video of him in the police car talking about what he had just done is absolutely insane. Him and his parents all deserve to stay in prison, which I agree. That was insane. Insane. Darrell Brooks' mom looks like a street walker. All right, Cream says in the Born Evil DP. I can't pronounce that. I don't know exactly what you're talking about with that one. Sorry, Cream. Sorry, Cream. All right. Carol. I'm going Carol. Carol says, have not seen the police car video yet. Sounds classic. At Pam. Yeah, I saw that video. I was like, are you kidding me? Stabbed her. I think he stabbed her like almost like 100 or something times. I think they said the knife was basically embedded in her skull or something. I could be wrong. I don't have to do my research and everything. And it was that night. He running off. And you come home, you got blood, and the mom's trying to wash the blood off the pants. Are you kidding me? Oh, yes, she's an enabler too. Tells a lot about your personality. Ooh, I hope that trial is is public because I want to get into that pimple face killer. Ooh, yes, I do. Young age like that, proud. I think he was bragging to people, talking about he wanted to kill somebody. He wanted to kill somebody. Are you kidding me? Oh, you going to hell in a handbasket. Ooh, Connor, a super chat blessings. Thank you. Thank you. Blessed to the channel. Keep up the content. Hope everyone has a great feast tomorrow. Oh yes, oh yes. And thank you. Hugs and kisses to you. Thank you to the blessings to the channel. Thank you, Connor. Thank you, and thank you for being engaging. Christina says, how did Suarez's ex stay with him in his car and sleep there outside the house because she wasn't allowed in? That's not normal at all. Great point. Great point. And thank you again, Connor. Hugs and kisses to you. Let's resume. And thank you everybody for the great feedback. I'm loving. And I'm glad y'all know about the Fuchi thing. And you feel that you agree with that one, and you also agree with the laundry, because that laundry family, ooh, his parents peed me off. Oh, you just don't know. Ooh, you just don't know. Resume.
The jury doing the right thing. He repeated that theme during his closing statement. At one point, he objected to evidence based upon a violation of one of the court's pretrial rulings. Again, a pretty sophisticated objection that resulted in the court striking an exhibit that had previously been received. Today, he spent close to 2 hours talking on his own behalf without any notes. He covered a variety of topics. I want to talk next about, here's my note that I found. One more thing on Mr. Brooks. At times, right, we've seen the eye rolling, the fake clapping, the laughing, hand gestures, many times and most times very emotionless. Unless he's doing those things, which would be really inappropriate and are inappropriate, his reactions are largely negative when things are not going his way. What did this community suffer as a result of this tragedy, this malicious conduct by Mr. Brooks? I think many of the victims who spoke said it best. Lori Locken described it as this: a sense of personal safety you robbed from us. I believe it was Bill Mitchell who said, the only life he seems to value is his own. Jason referred to it as evil. And he talked about innocence being stolen. He called the defendant a coward. No remorse. What he said is, you look like a monster. You look disrespectful to court and witnesses. You look like a callous jerk. But I forgive you. Such character, such compassion. Margaret talked about the mental, physical, and emotional toll this has taken. She talked about how it was that her mind won't let her see everything that has happened, and that she's worried when her mind might allow her to do that. I'm thankful that she's 95% back to normal. She talked about emotionally every day. She's reminded of a physical pain and the loss of self, but she's had tremendous support from family and friends, and that today she will move on. Jeff Rogers also commented on the lack of remorse and sympathy for the victims, how he has had to relive just the immenseness of this, the confusion, anxiety, depression as a father, and irritation.
What did Rachel say here? Rachel says the other person who was supposed to speak was arrested and in custody. That's why she couldn't speak. Oh my God. Speak. It says that it was all really bank fraud. Keep safe. Big love to everyone. X. Wow. Thank you for sharing that. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have to reboot this again. So just wait just about a minute. Let me restart it again. Okay. Oh, wow. This is insane. All right, let me restart. Don't disappear. All right, hold. Okay, I am back. Let me start up again.
as a father and irritation. He talked about how his son, Caden, was so concerned for his younger sister. I'm really glad Riley is okay. I believe that was from the day of the parade. And how he recognized he was inches away from losing 3 of his 4 kids just because of where they were located. He had flashbacks of grabbing his daughter's jacket, missing the first time, but that Riley gets up sometimes 6, 7, 8 times a night. How this was supposed to be a happy kickoff event for him as their new president, and how after it happened and in the aftermath, the weight of the moment, and 35 people there trying to find everyone, weighed on him. He talked about the media showing up at his door and the emotional toll things have taken. It was intense. And speaking at Jackson's funeral, talked about how his faith is stronger. Again, we heard next Jessica and Juan, and how this impacted them, the loss of their son's friend Jackson. Their kids were involved in 2 different groups that day. One a dance group, not the extreme dance group, but a different one. And then of course the Blazers, and how I believe it was Jessica who said, I yelled stop. I put my hands out as if I had the power. How she saw Jackson and how she will forever have that image burned in her memory. And that she was so grateful when she found her son, how she covered his eyes to shield him from what was around. Not once, but twice they had to run, because at first it was what happened through the parade, and then the active shooter situation, because of obviously people didn't know who had fired the shots in that moment. And she talked about pain and terror. Many people talked about PTSD. I mean, for her, I was really struck by how difficult it has been because of what she saw, not able to be a teacher, how she's hypervigilant, and every sound sends her into a panic, how her joy has been stolen, and how she does her best to hold it together for her kids. But when she was alone, she cried, she screamed. And only a month ago was she able to return to work, but in a very capacity. She commented on the lack of remorse by Mr. He seems to search for him, always be a danger to society. We heard from more individuals from the Blazers. Again, a lot of discussion of PTSD. The sights and sounds of the SUV following through to her and the kids, the nightmares, how parking lots are problems, there's panic attacks, that no one will ever be the same. Of course, we heard next from the Spark family. They're hurt, angry, they're traumatized, they're broken. It was difficult to even watch them make their statements. Their hurt is palpable. She talked about her last hug with Jackson, the horrible sounds she heard. She saw a police officer holding Jackson. She went to Tucker, and then her world came crashing down. She talked about how she found a hat, both boys' hats, then shoes. Again, I didn't realize how significantly Tucker had been injured until she described that for us yesterday. How Tucker somehow blames himself for his brother's death. It's not your fault, Tucker. It's Mr. Brooks's fault. One of the things when there is a fatality with all of these victims is the future that is robbed from them, right? No future weddings, no future graduations, no future grandchildren or children. no plans. It's just gone. It's all memories. And the contrast with, frankly, what Mr. Brooks will have, and that is even a life in prison, he'll make memories, he'll have phone calls, he'll have visits. He may even get to hug the people that he loves again. For the 6 individuals who lost their lives, that will never, ever be a reality. And that this family also talked about the lack of empathy, lack of remorse, no apology. Mr. Brooks wants to come back.
Okay, someone asked me a question. MCM, and welcome back again. Donna, is that the picture of Darrell Brooks as a child and his mother in the thumbnail? Yes, it is. But that's supposed to be his grandma, but they say it's not his grandma. I don't know if it's his grandma or not. But that's her. That's Surat's grandma right there. That's her in the thumbnail. Let's show another picture. Another one in the thumbnail. You see Surat with the Mickey Mouse ears. See the rat ears? And also I have another picture. I have another one. So I found this one on stuff last night online. There's Surat, a little bit older, with grandma. Yep, that's grandma. Yeah, this is interesting, right? It's interesting. Yep, that's just it. And welcome for being here. All right, resume.
It says, I don't intend to interrupt in any way. That's not a pledge. He needs to pledge that he will not do so. I need that word in that statement.
And thank you to everybody that's sending blessings to my channel. Sending blessings through the super chat, the PayPal, and the Cash App and everything. I appreciate it. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. All the blessings. Resume.
And if he does that, I'll bring him back in. I'm going to try to go a little bit faster. Some of the comments, the yells and screams from that night, the acts for each conviction, because given the community, a life sentence of these memories. I think it was Tyler's mom.
MCM, I agree, right? So young. Time go by fast. We do age,
Phoenix for
right?
his son. He's strong. He got me a little bit with his comments. Wasn't expecting that. You're an amazing young man. You're a picture of resilience, of strength. I think what this community needs. I thought it was quite you talked about, of course, rising up with Eric, who had significant injuries as well, both of you, and back in each ray of baseball, even if not up to the full capacity that you had done previously. And then we next heard from Sasha, who's by survivor guilt. My heart breaks for her. She talked about feeling empty, how she couldn't play soccer because her kicking leg would hurt from the injuries she sustained. She has difficulty sleeping, struggles with nightmares. Physically and emotionally, she feels stuck. She talked about maybe law school being in her future. And to her, I say, don't give him the satisfaction of holding you back. Rely on your friends and your family and be the phoenix that Tyler's mom spoke about. I read a statement from Sasha's mom, and I wrote this down. No one knows what it's like to stand on your feet when there is no floor. That's a pretty powerful image. I think that's very apt for what this community has gone through. We heard from others, including the Teagues. We saw photographs. So many families with more than one individual who was injured.
Hey, Melanie. It's okay if you come in here, and blessings to you and happy Thanksgiving. I had to pause because I like to comment. I'm behind in the stream, but we can love our children and still make them own their crimes. That's it. That's the whole point I'm trying to say here. I don't want nobody to think that I'm heartless, like, oh, you just understand. You can't love your child, that's your child and everything. I'm a parent too, but I can't have support for something like this. Are you kidding me? That tells a lot about myself. And I'm speaking to other people too. How can you support stuff like this? You can't unless it's you. This is not my character. Just think about it. You have friends, right? And they do certain things. You won't support it, right? Because it's not you, right? There might be something at work. Somebody telling you, oh, let's just rig the books and make a little extra money. You like, no, I can't do that. That's a crime. It's not right because it's not you. But if you do it, you're supporting them. So it's just, you're being an enabler. You're a supporter. Are you kidding me? Why did Darrell Brooks, sewer rats, mother, let him have the car? Obviously, he had the keys. You know he ran over his baby's mother, the mother of your grandchild. Are you kidding me? He's not paying child support. He's in and out of jail. He shot at your grandson, his nephew. Why was he even in the house? Why was he able to have the car? How were you getting to work? Now the car is totally total. I don't even know if she even has a car. She's driving anywhere. She probably taking public transportation. You think he cares? You supporting him? Ah, yeah, get out of here. That don't make no sense. But yeah, we're gonna get into that pimple face killer. Just hopefully, Connor, that is public. Oh, hopefully. Cause that's insane. Yeah. Zero remorse. Resume.
How baseball for Eric was stolen, how he was such a good player. We heard a lot about night terrors and, again, PTSD and trauma. One of the individuals talked about humor is good medicine.
And that's another thing too, is a lot of these people are going to be suffering from PTSD and trauma for
We
the
heard
rest
about
of their
one
life.
family member
Even
whose
though,
instrument may very
let
well
me pause this. Even people that survived this event, right? And they might not really be so badly injured, they okay or whatever. Or people who never even got hit, but they seen people's bodies on the floor. They are going to suffer for the rest of their life through PTSD. PTSD. I hope I say it right, whatever. They're going to suffer from it. And this is serious. This is a lot of trauma. And these enablers don't seem to get it. They don't get it. And that girl that was speaking from whatever her name is, the one I was showing earlier, he was just using you for a place to stay or some money or some sex or some drugs. He was just using you. Yuck Mouth was using you. And you got the nerves to speak out there like that? Are you kidding me? All these people's making themselves targets. Straight up targets. What does Connor say? Looking forward to your coverage on Pimple Man coverage either way. Oh, yes. Oh, Connor, that pissed me off when I've heard about it. And he got the nerves to sit up in that police car with the peace sign. Are you kidding me? Janet says, oh, did you just come in here? Oh, I'm sorry if I didn't greet you, Janet. Hugs and kisses to you, 100%. All right, what else Connor says? They're gonna live with that for the rest of their lives, and he only has to serve one life after he ruined dozens. Dozens. This is so sad. My bad for no, that's okay. I do a lot of typos myself. All right, let's resume.
saved his life. Someone described it as a mental massacre, though, the aftermath of this. It's difficult to go downtown. It's difficult to get restful slumber. Panic attacks are common. Describe Mr. Brooks as sheer evil in its vilest form. I wrote down that despite all of the impact and carnage, many people talked about forgiveness, brokenness, sorrow, anger, hatred, regret, a lot of emotions. Frankly, really no emotion shown by Mr. Brooks, certainly not for what he did on November 21st. We saw a lot of anger for some of the people who lost loved ones, and understandably so. Many families were devastated. Nannies and grandmas were taken away. Yes, there were very specific terms used to describe Mr. Brooks, that in their opinion, he's a monster, he's a demon. Pure, unrepentant evil was one of the phrases that were used. Talked about the system failing us. Saw you in your SUV hanging out with a smile of satisfaction on your face. For one of Leanna Owen's sons.
Did anybody see that picture of him, his face hanging out with the satisfaction on his face when he's running these people over? You know, that picture need to be shown to grandma and mama. And you still support it? Satisfaction on his face. Resume.
I lost my mom, and I wasn't always a good son. You can hear, right, the regret in that statement, because life is short and these lives were taken far too short. We heard the very gracious statement from Michael Carlson, who unbeknownst to me had been writing Mr. Brooks in jail and sharing the gospel and the love of Jesus. He read a poem, which I thought was beautiful, from the standpoint of his sister. And he said this, in that poem, it says, "We both died that day. I, Tamara, died to life. You died to the world." And then, of course, the Sorensen family talked next. They talked about never seeing their Grammy again. You murdered my mom. But at least I have some peace knowing she died doing something she loved. We heard Brooke yesterday and today. She reread her statement due to the interruption. Proud of her for getting up here and sharing that. We talked about how compassionate each one of these individuals who died were. About the comedy, and he greeted us at of this trial. They ended with, "Angels watch over us." 6 angels watching over us today. They asked me to hold accountable so I have the opportunity to hurt anyone ever again. From the Kulik family, about the empty space that they have and the brokenness, their lives being shattered by mom and grandma being taken away. We heard from her youngest daughter among them. The grief was so palpable, being 17 and in high school as a senior, now a first year in college. She talked about all of the things she will never have with her mom. Just the last year alone, an 18th birthday for her and her brother, graduation, and beginning college. She lamented that her mom would never see her do her wedding vows, never see any kids that she would have, be a grandmother. She wouldn't be able to call her mom for parenting advice. And how excruciating it was for the family because of the chaos at the hospital. Talked about triggers of their PTSD, sirens, things of that nature. And how she waited hoping that Darrell Brooks would have a reason. She also said this, verdicts don't bring my mom back. No more hugs, no more dinners, no more talks. My mom was the glue that kept our family together, and we are falling apart. Moving on, Leanne talked about her safety and security being stolen by this defendant. She asked Mr. Brooks.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take a small break because I said I was gonna show this video because we was talking about the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. So I'm gonna show a little quick animation video I have. It's like under 3 minutes, and then I'm gonna resume back to this. Is everybody okay with that? Hopefully you are. All right, let's get it. Okay, this is an animation video I did. This is the short one when I was doing about with the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. So let's have a little laughter, a little break or whatever, and listen to this. Then I'll resume back to the trial. Let's get it.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Donna. I'm back, ladies and gentlemen. Short story part 1. Johnny Depp and Psycho Amber Heard. Toxic love. Be careful who you marry. They might not be who you think they are. Welcome to Donna Just Being Real. Johnny Depp and Psycho Amber Heard. Toxic love. Men get abused too. Inspired by true events. Written by Donna. Produced by Donna. Directed by Donna. Like, subscribe and share the video. Thank you. Share your thoughts and opinions in the comments section.
Oh Johnny, you such a big baby.
Excuse me.
Johnny, do you need a baby bottle?
Will you please stop talking to me like that? Amber, what is wrong with you?
Nothing wrong with me. I was only speaking the truth. Your 21 Jump Street days are over. You are nothing but a washed-up old actor.
Really? Let's talk about your acting resume. Your best movie was Aquaman. Matter of fact, the only one. Let me remind you, I was the one that pulled the strings for you to get the role.
Oh, shut up, Johnny. And pass me my mushrooms.
Psycho Amber Heard had another one of her fits.
What is wrong with you, Amber Heard? You throwing Red Bull cans at me, and you destroying the place.
I know, Johnny. I can't help it. It's the borderline personality disorder. I can't handle abandonment. I'm batshit crazy.
You can say that again.
Excuse me. What did you just say to me, Johnny?
Amber, I love you. I'm really trying hard to make this marriage work.
I love you too, Johnny. You better not leave me. Or I might have to use that knife I gave you.
What did you say?
I hate Johnny. That's right, I said it. I only married him to build my acting career. Plus have a place for all my freeloader friends to live at. To get high, drink, and party on Johnny Depp's expense. I enjoy every minute of using and abusing Johnny Depp. Yeah, that's right. I put my hands on him.
Stay tuned for some more of this psycho chick Amber Heard. Stay tuned for part 2 of Johnny Depp and Psycho Amber Heard. Toxic love. Be careful who you marry. Like, subscribe, share, and leave your thoughts and opinions.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I just wanted to show that one real quick. So we was talking about the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. And the link is in there if you want to check out my other animations. Okay, let's get back to this, what the judge is talking about.
To picture his own daughter, unresponsive, lying on the ground with a leg injury, a head injury, and blood coming out of her mouth. She talked about the excruciating 2 weeks in the hospital, wondering if her daughter would ever live, in a wheelchair and then a walker for months. She said this, all you had to do was hit the brakes. Her daughter talked about being scared of everything, worried about a sister, being alone in a church for 3 hours on lockdown because of what was happening in the aftermath. We heard next from the Darrell family. A family that, of course, was impacted significantly with 4 of their children, all of their children being struck by the SUV, with the mom, of course, having to testify, in this case being called by Mr. Brooks, which, of course, was his right to call witnesses, but it's the manner in which, I think the indifference, not caring that this was someone who had 4 children impacted significantly. But clearly, you're raising your kids the right way. The grace and dignity Charlotte got up and talked about. The basic things you learned in kindergarten. She described what she saw as being stupid, delusional, and egotistical. She wanted to punch you in the face, and understandably so. I think her words were, your arrogance is pathetic. And her mom echoed those words. And then the gut-wrenching survivor guilt that you heard from her mom. She goes, I say this with a heavy heart. I have my kids here. I had to fight for my children. They will strive. And then, of course, we heard from Alyssa, her heart-wrenching statement. She, of course, testified bravely. But you could tell the impact that this had on her and what she saw in the aftermath to the extreme dance team. How one of the girls, who at 10 years old, even lying on the ground being injured, had the wherewithal to ask, why would someone do this? If a 10-year-old knew this, then the defendant knew this. And how she left the hospital not knowing if she would see some of her girls again. She was completely and utterly broken, forever changed by this event. She waited. She talked about how she waited for remorse, for empathy. It didn't happen. Dylan Darrell said something very insightful yesterday, something we didn't hear about in the trial, but because of where he was at on the parade route, around the corner, waiting for his children. He didn't even know that all of them were in the parade. He said this, you hit the brakes to go around the corner. And then you drove through a barricade where an officer shot at you 3 times. Those brakes were working. You knew how to use them. And you selfishly only used them so as to not crash your own vehicle as you fled the scene. Talked about walking through and around that corner through the wake of carnage, bodies all over, women, adults, children deceased, people running all over. We heard from more of the members of the extreme dance team, either directly or parents and loved ones, how they had to walk through the carnage to find their children. Such a gracious statement of love, talking to Mr. Brooks about being a Christian and how she prays for him. Very powerful. Thank you for that. Her daughter, equally as powerful and brave and gracious. But even she knew, she said, I thought about you every day. How could someone do this? More victims talking about PTSD. How even the song that was playing during the extreme dance team performance is a trigger for her PTSD. And how she's forgiven him. We heard from the sister of victim HH and how the first thing she talked about was the sound of Vivian Darrell whimpering, crying, and then she found her sister, how her clothes were ripped off. She was unconscious, half naked. How she felt forgotten because her mom was at the hospital with her sister, of course, due to the severity of her injuries. How her sister was in a coma for 2 weeks. but how she has survivor guilt and issues like that, panic attacks, PTSD. She can't be around fireworks, tire screeching is a trigger. That this turned her life upside down. And then, of course, we heard from victim HH herself. So brave to come here. I'm so very thankful you are recovering. Someone commented on how amazing it is to see the many people in recovery. You wouldn't know by looking at them. Of course, the emotional and mental injuries are significant and severe, but so grateful. Frankly,
Look at him, no remorse, just waving the paper, like, hello, can you shut up? I need attention right now. I want to come back into the court.
You fought, you won. You have a story to tell. Don't shy away from it. Of course, we heard from her mother as well. We saw that PowerPoint with the pictures of their journey. The road rash on her face was horrific. You can only get a mental picture from words, but to see those actual pictures, her being intubated, and it's heart-wrenching. And all of the surgeries and the toll it took on their family. But she described her daughter as a warrior. I think all of you here are warriors. We heard from Sam and her family and what she went through, how significant it is. Her mom talked just what she saw because effective. Sitting in the back of the pickup truck, she had a front row seat to horror. How she thought her daughter was dead because she was unresponsive and blood and really kind of the chaos and the confusion and not really even being able to articulate what happened over the phone to her husband. She described what happened as careless and reckless. Asking Mr. Brooks, how could you do this? What kind of father does that? The last person we heard from was victim, I think it's Gigi, the mother of FF. If I have it reversed, please excuse me. And how I actually have her written statement that was provided earlier today, but how she was so taken aback.
Look at this clown. He's clowning right now.
The conduct of Mr. Brooks.
He doesn't care.
Yesterday.
And his enabler support this crap? Are you
motioning his hand like, okay, come on, let's get this over with, hurry up. She'd yelled at him. You don't care. She goes, you hit me. I saw you. You knew. You're a child killer. You're a woman killer. She was so flustered. She had to really gather herself before she could continue. So again, I want to thank the victims. I have other statements that I've read for people. So gracious. I think they were all members of the Catholic communities. Their statements were translated. Very gracious. Praying for Mr. Brooks. So I just wanted you all to know that I've taken all of these statements into consideration today. I can't read your sign, Mr. Brooks. Can you hold it up closer? If it's a pledge that you will not interrupt me, I bring you in for what will be the final section of my remarks today in the sentencing portion.
Which I think you should give them that opportunity before you go through the sentencing factors. And I can only read the top where it says objection, but
I can't tell what it is, what it says. He can bring the sign with. We'll clear the courtroom. We'll take a short break, and I will bring him back in. But I will warn you, Mr. Brooks, that there is one interruption. You will go back to that room because you will forfeit your right to be present for the sentencing portion. We'll be in recess until we can get him back in. Thank you.
I never waived the right to not be present.
That's because you forfeited your right to be present by conduct. You're now. Thank you. Please be seated. That it's 4:53. Mr. Brooks is back in this courtroom. Mr. Brooks, the only way I will honor that request is if you specifically waive your right to do so. Without that, that's not a convenience for you over there. It's you go over there when you frankly demand removal under Illinois versus Allen.
I didn't demand anything.
No, you conduct it. So
My
you can
conduct
sit.
didn't demand anything either.
Right, Mr. Brooks,
You
please
keep
sit
changing-
down.
you keep
And
changing
I'm
the
going to continue
jurisdiction.
with my sentencing remarks.
You keep changing the jurisdiction. Jurisdiction is a subject matter jurisdiction that has yet to be proven on the record. in
Mr.
that court
Brooks?
and in this one.
Please sit down.
I would like to go back to the other court.
It's not a courtesy to you. If you'd like to specifically waive your right to be physically present, then I will entertain that. Otherwise, you need to sit down.
I never waived the right to not be present.
That's because you forfeited your right to be present by conduct. You're now back in this courtroom.
Your Honor, I wrote 3. I did what you asked me to do.
You never once pledged to me, sir, that you would not interrupt. And you're demonstrating by being here that you continue to interrupt.
Man, I ain't trying to hear all that, because at the end of the day, I did what you asked me to do. You told the bailiff to tell me.
Mr. Brooks, this is not a debate.
You told the bailiff to tell me that I had to write.
It's not a debate. You asked to come over here, and I honored that, and I brought you
exercised
back.
my right 3 times. I shouldn't have had to do it 3 times.
None of those opportunities that you wrote to me said, I pledge to not interrupt.
I never had to do that before. You've never done that before.
That is actually not true, sir.
You've never required that before. Every single time that I've been brought over there, after some time, sometimes very short, sometimes an extended period of time.
You are just simply trying to delay the inevitable. Please sit
I
down.
don't care about the inevitable. Today is going to happen. It doesn't make me lose any sleep about that. I know I'm okay. I'm okay with everything.
Then please sit down.
I just want to be treated fairly, which I have not been.
Please sit down.
And then you're on. It's not.
Please sit down.
We're talking about constitutional rights. You just told me, or you told the bailiff to tell me that I had to exercise a right that I should already have. I did that. Not once, not twice, 3 times. And it still wasn't honored. And then I raised this sign. I'm waving this for like 20 minutes, saying I would want to come back. I'm doing this.
You're here now.
Can I come back? Can I come back? Can I come
sit
back?
down.
It wasn't honored. And then I said, okay,
finish.
I'll write this, and I'll see if Your Honor can see it on the screen. The objection sign saying, I exercise my right
if you
to be
stop
present.
for a
May I
minute,
have the order of the court?
I'll explain it, but you have to stop so I can explain it.
Your Honor, I did what you asked me to do.
Actually not.
Yes.
Let me explain
And
if you would like.
If I didn't, Your Honor, if I did not do what you asked me to do, then why was I allowed to come back if I did not do what you asked me to do?
Because I'm frankly going to a very distinct portion of this hearing where I am going to impose sentence.
Okay, that doesn't answer the question.
That matters.
That doesn't answer the question.
Please sit down and I will explain and
Your Honor,
remain quiet without interrupting me.
With all due respect.
That doesn't mean you're respecting me, so please sit down.
With all due respect, you told the bailiff when I first said, because every time that I've been brought over there in the past,
Mr. Brooks,
you always stated,
I don't need a history
you
lesson
always
of
stated
what I've done.
that when I exercise my right to be present,
Untrue.
you
Untrue.
always said,
Untrue.
we have the record. We have the record. We can dig into the record.
Mr. Brooks,
I know what the requirement was of me going over there. You've always stated on the record that when I exercise to be present, you will bring me back if I will follow the rules of decorum. That's it, your exact words, which you said every time.
which you're demonstrating right now that you have absolutely
Your
no
Honor,
ability to do.
With all due respect, I've never had to go through any type of certain words that needed to be said or stressed or anything like that before. I've always done it the way that you've asked me to do it. No different than today when I told the bailiff I would like to be present. You told the bailiff if he wants to be present, he has to put it in writing.
And pledge to me that he will not interrupt me.
I put it in writing.
Without a pledge.
So why am I here?
Because I'm going to move on to another phase of this hearing, and I thought it important that you be here in person.
So I was here.
But you didn't reclaim your right to be back here.
Then why am I here,
am
then, Your Honor?
allowing it to
Okay,
happen.
It does answer the question, though, Your Honor. It does not answer the question.
Mr. Brooks.
Your Honor, as a
Mr.
public
Brooks.
servant, I have the right to ask questions
Sir,
of Your Honor.
I'm going to ask you one more time. You refuse to sit down, then you are in direct disobedience of a court order. Sit down and be quiet so I can make the appropriate record.
Can you tell me what the
All
court
right,
order
he's
is?
not going to obey. He's now
I
forfeited
didn't
his
say
right
I
to be
wasn't gonna
present.
obey.
He will go into the
I
other
didn't say I
courtroom.
wasn't going to obey.
Be
I
in
just
recess
asked what is the
until he's
order.
there.
I just asked what is the order. I didn't say.
Of course, I do need to first verify that they can hear and see us. I'm getting the thumbs up. We are back on the record. Records reflect that Mr. Brooks is no longer in the main courtroom. He is in the adjoining courtroom. I, of course, have been erring on the side of constitutional caution, but I would note that his right to be present at sentencing is a statutory right. which frankly, I probably don't need to go through the findings under Illinois versus Allen, but I did. But under whether it's a statutory right or a constitutional right, you can forfeit that right. And his behavior today has certainly demonstrated that he has forfeited his right to be present in this courtroom during my sentencing remarks. He immediately came in. I was on the bench looking through my paperwork. The courtroom wasn't even open. And he started asking me questions. I said I wasn't going to answer them. He really had no respect for the proper decorum. I needed it to be on the record. He didn't seem to care about that. Wanted to debate me about my prior rulings. Bottom line is it's a statutory right for him to be present, and he's forfeited that right. And I would just add that it's part of a pattern that has been demonstrated during this trial that when my perspective, things are not going action, things are being said that he doesn't agree with, he tends to act out.
Gina G, and thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the blessing to the channel. And welcome to Donna Just Being Real. Thank you for the blessings. Hugs and kisses to you, beautiful. Thank you.
He disrupts, and I'll leave it at that. Once again, I'll confirm something in the courtroom. Going through Mr. Brooks internally, and first the victim impact statements before I go through all of the necessary factors for sentencing, is frankly, it's challenging to talk about the impact to the victims without getting emotional. This trial is unlike anything that I've ever been a part of. The sheer magnitude of the crime, the number of people impacted, how they were impacted, the vicious nature of it, and hearing about the impact of all of that on our community members and the people who were at the parade, it's heart-wrenching. And I wanted to do that before I really got to the meat of sentencing, because I also thought it was important to really spend some time recognizing and acknowledging the impact to the direct victims who are in this courtroom and who have provided statements. Today, my focus in sentencing will be about November 21 of 2021, the events shortly before that or leading up to it and after, and are not about Mr. Brooks's conduct during this trial, even though case law is very clear that his conduct at trial can and is a legitimate factor for the court to consider. I need to make the record very clear that in no way what I do here today is based on Mr. Brooks exercising his right to a trial. That is a firmly embedded constitutional right, which I support,
You don't care.
which I
You don't
upheld. Of course, every person charged with a crime has a right to a trial. This court honored that right. I protected that right, even if Mr. Brooks treated it with contempt, disrespect, and at times like a game. But sentencing today is directly related to his conduct on November 21 of 2021 and the other sentencing factors, which, as I indicated previously, include the seriousness of the offense, the need to protect the public, and his character and rehabilitative needs. Today, I am tasked with sentencing Darrell Brooks for 76 counts, to a couple of moments in time. Moments that are tragic.
Okay, it's on.
Moments that were frankly avoidable.
Get them. My
sentence here today is, the purposes of it are twofold. Threefold, if we think about the community. One, it is punishment. Two, protection of the community. And three, what I hope is justice and closure for the families and the community at large. I, of course, want to recognize and give due respect to the guilty verdicts that were rendered by the jury in this case. Not just 76 guilty verdicts, but the special verdict questions that they answered, including for counts 1 through 6 and 7 through 67, that had the special verdict question related to the use of a dangerous weapon. So let me talk about the seriousness of this offense. The seriousness of the offense can be summed up, frankly, in one word, and that is attack. There is nothing, no other word that can best describe what happened on November 21 of 2020 than the word attack. I talked about during my remarks regarding the trial about the opportunities that Darrell Brooks had to avoid this altogether. I put Exhibit 15 on the screen for a bit, which is the exhibit that details the map. The map of the parade, it starts with White Rock. It shows where Sergeant Warner was at one point, farther up that parade route, the staging area, and I believe if you look further up on Exhibit 15, it even depicts where White Rock School is. And that, of course, is where we saw the video of the altercation between Mr. Brooks, Corey, and Erica Patterson. Now, of course, there were moments in time before that, but that is really where things started, where I believe Mr. Brooks boiled over with rage and anger that he chose not to control on this date. He had a number of opportunities to simply drive in the other direction down White Rock, but he chose to drive toward Main Street. Even though testimony, we know it was very evident that it was staging for a parade. There were many people, may not have been exactly by the school, but farther down White Rock. From Niagara forward is where that staging area was located, and many people were there. The sights and sounds of a parade, the signs on the side of the road telling people not to park there, for example. Instead of turning around, or instead of turning left onto East Main Street or left onto Pleasant, and despite Sergeant Warner trying to flag him down and being in front of a squad with lights and a clear indication you should listen to or honor the even gestures of a police officer, and he was in uniform, he drives down White Rock Avenue and has contact with Detective Casey, who very clearly did everything he could to stop Mr. Brooks. And in that moment, thinking it's a lost motorist. But Mr. Brooks chose to basically brush him aside with that SUV and drive on to Main Street, past more people, past many spectators, and in a manner that was not just at a speed inappropriate for a parade, but frankly, that was reckless and endangered anyone who was on the roadway at that time, whether or not he hit anyone between White Rock and Main and Barstow and Main. But during that 3-block section of Main Street, he could have turned off Buckley, Northeast Avenue, Martin Street, or in either direction on Barstow. He could have stopped, asked for the police barricades to have been removed, or frankly, turned his car around even at that point and gone back the way that he had come. But he didn't do that. He chose to drive recklessly, carelessly, and maliciously through a parade route and at anyone in his path, where he struck not one, not two, not three, but 68 different people. We actually know that number's higher because we now know, we heard from the 2 individuals who were with the one girl who was struck by one of the individuals who was clearly struck, and that person flew into her. That would qualify for a charge based upon the state's description of how they chose to charge. It's just they didn't know until closer to the sentencing hearing. So 69 individuals if you include her. There are so many aggravating factors here, it's frankly difficult to even keep track of them all. The complete disregard for the lives of anyone else that day. Someone described it as depraved indifference, and I think that is the perfect phrase to capture the actions of Mr. Brooks on November 21st of 2021. The aggravated factors of the numerous opportunities to turn around or not even enter the parade route or simply to stop. The fact that he mowed over and used that vehicle as a battering ram to hit 68 individuals, never once stopping, with rage and anger at unsuspecting people at a parade who were there simply to kick off the holiday season, to experience joy with their families. The intentionality of the conduct is outstanding. The viciousness, the speed, the swerving from side to side at various points. This was not a case of whodunit. From the very beginning, from when this case was charged, it was clear who did this. Now, that is not to say that I prejudged this case. I did not. But after sitting through this trial, after watching the many videos, after listening to the testimony of the many, many dozens of witnesses, it is clear the state had overwhelming evidence of Mr. Brooks's guilt. What's also aggravated is his complete and utter lack of remorse. He spoke here today for 2 hours. One sentence, that's it. I'm sorry. No detail. 2 hours, one sentence. No empathy for any of these individuals. At times mocking them with hand gestures or rolling his eyes multiple times. That is not an indication or a sign of someone who has empathy, who is sorry for what he has done. We may never know the true why, but we were provided with nothing here today other than a feeble attempt to blame mental health, which frankly does a disservice to those who truly suffer from mental health issues. I understand why his family might cling to that because of the difficulty in coming to grips with a loved one doing such heinous things. But for Mr. Brooks, it's nothing more than indifference, deflection, and outright denial of what he did and the impact that he has caused as a result of his heinous actions. I searched for a mitigating factor in this case. I waited patiently for an apology, a true apology. I didn't get it. And not for my benefit, but for the victims. The law allows me to look at things such as Mr. Brooks's prior criminal history, including the history of criminal offenses and pending charges, the history of undesirable behavior patterns, which can include dismissed, uncharged, or unproven offenses or facts, even including expunged offenses not really relevant here, acts resulting in probation revocation. Of course, those are part of his criminal history, nothing specific to these charges. I can look at his personality, character, and social traits, the vicious or aggravated nature of the crimes, the degree of his culpability, his demeanor at trial and truthfulness, his age, his educational background and employment record, his remorse, repentance, and cooperativeness, his need for close rehabilitative control, the rights of the public, the recommendations of the interested parties, including victims and family members of homicide victims. I can consider statements made by his own family. I can certainly consider the length of pretrial detention, which I'd note 6 life sentences is really a fraction of the time available to this court. The loss of life in this case is certainly one of the factors here today. The number of people injured, also an aggravating factor. The reach into the community. Certainly palpable because this was a Christmas parade. I think it was a comment earlier, either today or yesterday, that this was not one act where Mr. Brooks drove into a crowd of people. This was sustained driving from block to block to block to block, picking off people that were unsuspecting 68, 69 times. Driving over people as if they were nothing more than speed bumps. What's also aggravated is his conduct after he drove through the parade. Crashing his vehicle in an attempt to flee, pretty evident based upon the evidence and testimony from trial that Mr. Brooks had no idea there were these logs in that backyard that could damage his vehicle. He was attempting to flee when he ran over them, and it ultimately disabled that vehicle, and he was forced to abandon it. He ditched it, leaving personal identification information in it and his phone in a clear attempt to get out of there in a hurry. And then we have that series of videos that we saw at trial of him going through backyards, coming in contact with people, asking to use phones, ultimately ending up at Mr. Ryder's home, who graciously took him in. Never once, Mr. Brooks showing any signs of distress, of any emotion of what he had just done. Cool, calm, collected. Certainly not a sign of someone who had any remorse for what he had just done. Someone who's involved in an accident, even a tragic accident, one where they flee the scene and are later caught, oftentimes show incredible remorse, tears, not tears for themselves, but tears for what they've caused, a recognition of the loss of life, for example, from their conduct. Nothing. An individual who simply wanted to flee. That is the epitome of consciousness of guilt evidence. Fleeing, changing your appearance, taking off the sweatshirt, not even caring that your shoes are off your feet because you're so intent on fleeing the area, putting your hair up from it being down. No doubt, this is by far and away one of the most aggravated cases I've ever presided over. The sheer magnitude of the loss, the number of victims, the types of crimes for which the jury has convicted him. 6 counts of intentional homicide, 61 counts of first-degree recklessly endangering safety, 6 counts of hit and run, 2 counts of felony bail jumping, 1 count of misdemeanor battery. What's further aggravated is the fact that he was out on bond. He should have had no contact with Erica Patterson. But rules mean nothing to Mr. Brooks. Nothing. He didn't care. This was someone who on two prior occasions charged with, frankly, causing mayhem. One, a reckless endangering safety for discharging a firearm. The other for battering and then running over Erica Patterson's foot. This court does get to consider the other act's evidence that the state sought to introduce at trial. That other act's evidence includes that on November 2 of 2021, Milwaukee police took a complaint from Erica Patterson that Mr. Brooks had run over her with his vehicle and tried to kill her. She had tire marks on her right pant leg. She could not move her leg and had blood coming from her mouth. On that date, Mr. Brooks was driving the same vehicle that he drove through the parade. Erica Patterson was conveyed to Frederick Memorial Hospital. Her injuries received medical attention. She even had that boot on her leg on November 21 of 2021. She described Mr. Brooks to police as yelling at her, using profanity, as she tried walking past him when she was at a gas station. I think initially before that, at another location, but ultimately where he allegedly ran over her was at a gas station and caused the injury to her leg. Struck her in the face once with a closed fist, causing pain and bleeding without her consent. And then it was after she walked away that he followed her. When police had contact with him, he denied driving his mother's vehicle. When police had contact with him at his house, he ignored their commands because he was found in the vehicle, claiming that he was having an anxiety attack upon the sight of the squad car and needed to get into the home to get his inhaler. When I say the rules don't matter to Mr. Brooks and court orders mean nothing, Mr. Brooks was in custody, and there are jail phone calls where he's berating Erica Patterson, encouraging her to recant, blaming her for what had happened, saying things on that phone call like, "You trying to make it seem like everything is always everyone else's fault but yours, like you don't never do anything to cause shit. And the whole cause of this shit was something that you fucking did." He ended the call by telling Erica Patterson, "You did this shit, and you couldn't even keep your mouth shut after numerous people told you that shit. This ain't the place for you to be doing this shit. And you..."
Ladies and gentlemen, this is what I was talking about. How narcissism forever healing 100. Hello and blessings to you, and welcome to Donna's place. And this is exactly what I was talking about. This is what I'm talking about, how he was gonna blame it. He blamed other people. And I always felt that, well, that's why we did the other day's commentary, and I focused on, the gaslighting he was doing with Erica Patterson on his stand. And he blames her like it's her fault. See, this is what I'm talking about with narcissists and sociopaths. They never want to take blame. They want to blame it on other people and make you feel guilty. And it's your fault. What a shame. And welcome, Forever Healing, and welcome to whoever who's popping in here. Blessings. I know some people's probably quiet because, they probably, well, now it's about cooking because I'm doing my cooking too. All right. Thank you for everybody for being here. Resume.
You still ran your mouth. And I'm the one sitting in here at the time. Repeatedly calls her a bitch. During a phone call on November 11th, Darrell Brooks is overheard or captured saying, "Why in the hell would I just try to mow her down? I could kill her with that. Like, oh, I probably got a few screws loose." That she won't help post his bail. You didn't send on my bail. Why you cause? The end, apparently, of that conversation, or at least moments later, he says to her, "Nah, I didn't try to do anything, because if I tried to do something, you wouldn't be on the phone now. That's what you're not realizing. If I really tried to do something, you wouldn't be on the phone now." That is the rage and the anger that Mr. Brooks had on November 21 of 2021 when he tracked down Erica Patterson, confronted her. This wasn't about him getting money from her, like he lied to Detective Carpenter about. This was to confront her. He clearly hit her. We know that. This is the type of man that drove through the Christmas parade, enraged because, frankly, it's entirely possible that Corey Runkle and Nicholas Kirby saved the life of Erica Patterson. It's clear Mr. Brooks was hell-bent to cause harm to her, but she was able to get free, run back to her friends. Who knows what would have happened but for their intervention? If you think back to the testimony of Nicholas Kirby, he felt bad for threatening Mr. Brooks, like somehow this was his fault. He was just trying to be there for his friend, someone he recently met. So, Mr. Brooks, that other act's evidence is a very clear indication of your poor moral character. It demonstrates unequivocally that you have absolutely no remorse for anything that you do. You have no empathy for anyone, and that you are justified in the actions that you take. In addition to that conduct, as part of your character, this court is able to look at and consider your prior record. And I'm well aware, sir, that you're raising an objection sign, but you have forfeited your right to be here, and I will not stop, and you will not be brought into this courtroom. I will continue. This is his prior record, going back to 2000, spanning what? Nevada, Georgia, at least police contact in Georgia. We have an unknown disposition, and Wisconsin. Substantial battery in 2000, party to a crime, put on probation. Ultimately, that was revoked. He went to prison. 2002, felony possession of THC, jail time. 2003, resisting obstructing jail time. 2005, a disorderly conduct ticket, but he failed to pay the forfeiture and ended up serving an alternative to incarceration. Sorry, he ended up serving for failing to pay 30 days jail. 2009, obstructing 2 days jail, meaning he lied to police. 2010, strangulation. Battery was dismissed and read in, put on probation, ultimately revoked, serving 11 months jail. 2012, misdemeanor bail jumping, possession of THC, with a number of other charges being dismissed and read in, 180 days jail concurrent. Also in 2012, a misdemeanor resisting or obstructing. So either he lied or he fled from police or did something to make their job more difficult, 37 days jail consecutive. In Nevada in 2006, domestic battery, a suspended sentence, obstructing after being found guilty at trial, for which he served jail time. 2007, statutory sexual seduction as a felony. This is for impregnating Erica Patterson when she was a minor. 2016, charged with not being in compliance with the sex offender registry requirements, for which there is an outstanding warrant. In Georgia, a 2021 arrest for battery, domestic violence, presumably with Erica Patterson, based upon where she came from at that time. But I won't make it. I say presumably, but frankly, doesn't matter who it was with. We also know that there's the 2003 paternity case out of Waukesha County. Why is that relevant? Because 8 times during that case, a warrant has been issued for contempt of court, meaning for failure to pay his financial obligations to a child or children. The pending cases for which one pending case, I should say, he was, I don't believe, charged with bail jumping for that one. The 20 CF 2550, 2 counts of recklessly using a weapon, felon in possession of a firearm, released ultimately in March of 2021. He's accused in that case of firing a shot where two occupants in a vehicle. One was his nephew, and when he was picked up by police, a loaded Beretta 9mm, which had previously been reported as stolen, was found in his possession. I already talked about the other acts evidence, that is the for which he was charged with felony bail jumping, the second-degree recklessly endangering safety for allegedly running over Erica Patterson, the battery DV, DCVV, and a resisting, obstructing. And then the second would be he was charged with intimidation of a victim, felony bail jumping for conduct on November 8th. So November 2nd, November 8th. This is clearly someone with a demonstrated violent history and past, someone who has absolutely no regard for anyone but himself. To say that he is a lifelong criminal, I think is accurate. He disobeys law enforcement, he disrespects court orders, and he certainly demonstrated that he has no respect for these proceedings. Multiple acts of violence, violent, dangerous behavior that predated the attack on the Waukesha Christmas parade. His character, or lack thereof, is also demonstrated by his complete and utter denial of culpability in this case. His blaming of his mental health or alleged mental health. I went through all of that earlier before. None found support for his special plea. Mr. Brooks talked about at times this being the will of God or that all things happen for a reason. I'm here to tell you, Mr. Brooks, you are not an instrumentality of God. Death may be inevitable to all of us, but you cut the lives of 6 individuals short. You alone, Mr. Brooks, cut the lives of these 6 innocent people short. I talked earlier about how I believe he's intelligent, deliberate, and purposeful in what he does. I've considered that you have treatment needs. Perhaps there are intersecting mental health issues as it relates to your personality disorder, but those issues can best be addressed in a confined setting where the Department of Corrections will be charged statutorily to evaluate you and to provide any medical or mental health treatment that you need. This is a case that falls squarely on the need to protect the community. I referenced this earlier. There's really 3 primary reasons for the sentences I will impose here today. One is punishment, one is to protect the community, and the other is to provide justice and closure to the victims. Because under that category of need to protect, the court consider the impact of these crimes on the victims. I went through at length in reviewing all of those victim impact statements. I certainly didn't go through every single one, just highlighting some of them, but doing so with purpose, because it is very clear to this court that Mr. Brooks has caused carnage, mayhem. It has resulted in many people suffering from PTSD, from mental and emotional trauma that will take a lifetime to recover from, and for some, perhaps, if at all. You have taken away from these individuals future memories. They will never have birthdays with the 6 individuals who were killed. There will be no weddings. There will be no graduations. There will be none of the milestones that these families were looking forward to, whether it be for an innocent 8-year-old or an innocent 79-year-old. Frankly, Mr. Brooks, no one is safe from you. This community can only be safe if you are behind bars for the rest of your life. The actions of Darrell Brooks demand punishment. The community is not safe from your violent and criminal conduct unless you are in custody. You left a path of destruction, chaos, death, injury, confusion, and panic as you drove 7 or so blocks through the Christmas parade, never once stopping or seemingly caring about the wake of carnage that you left. 4 of those blocks were turned into a scene that frankly is no different than a war zone. Seventeen and a half years for Patrick Heppy. 17 and a half years for Lori Locken. 17 and a half years for Marisol Lopez Gutierrez. 17 and a half years for Adair Lopez Rubelar. 25 years total. Count 7.
Okay, ladies, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to reboot this one more time. And it should be the last time because we almost at the end. So just give me a minute. Be right back. Let me reboot it and I'll continue from here because I want to have this clear what she's saying because this is powerful. I just love it. I love it. Love it. All right. And everybody who's coming here, welcome, welcome. Hit the like button and just give me a second. Sorry about that. Let me resume.
Seven.
Want to do the motion stay pending appeal or we could do
wait till I section regarding where he is to be held at certain within the once the judgment of conviction of signed. I'll address the motion for stay pending appeal. But my understanding is he needs to be transported to Milwaukee, and I will not stand in the way of that. I'll schedule the judgment. Yes. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's just the end of it. So let's leave it on here. Look at him. Look at a little midget. He's a little midget. Yes, he is. Okay. Look at my girl Sue says. He couldn't make enough to pay back all those he killed and injured. Yes, he can. Okay. And what else? Pam say over here, Pamela, I don't think he made any money off of it when he was incarcerated. LOL. Shannon has to say, the music is garbage. This music is garbage. It is. All right. Short, dark, welcome flower. Betting his mom and grand are giving him money in prison. Well, he's not even gonna get it. Okay. My mod on deck it says albino rat can't rap if his life depends on it. Let's look at the picture. Let's look at his rap. Come on, Jack. He was trying. Look at him. He was trying. He has mama's car in the background. I can't with this sword. Oh my gosh, it's so done. And all his enablers. And there's more too. Because ladies and gentlemen, I do feel that his the court system was actually enablers too. Why do I say that? Because if you go into his rap sheet of all the crimes and everything that he has done, right? They basically, pat him on the wrist and let him go. So they was enablers too. The court system. This man was extremely dangerous. He should have never been let out in the streets. He should never. And this is what happens. It's just really sad. It's really pathetic. But there's no more Sorat. He'll never be able to walk the streets again. Him and his little um Mickey Mouse hat. You know, hmm dangerous. Pamela says you can bet on that. hmm So it's gonna be interesting. All right, and what Sue said, he'll win the lotto. Oh, he's done. All right, so enough of this talk about what the sewer rat. Let's switch gears right now. Okay, let's get into something more pleasant. All right, and I want to say thank you everybody for being here. Thank you everybody for engaging because this was a very long live stream. But thank you, thank you just thank you for being here and stuff like that. Because I wanted to get into, and I know I went past and everything, but I wanted to get into his enablers and stuff. So I wanted to get into his enablers. We got grandma. We don't know if it's really his grandma or not, but it seemed like it is. I don't know, whatever. So don't hold me to it. But I want to say to everybody had this as a great Thanksgiving, gobble, 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 and all that good stuff. And be thankful for the things that you do have, because always remember, whatever you're going through, it could be worse. Believe it or not, it could be worse. So be thankful for what you have. And let me just see the rest of the comments. I miss anything else here? I thought she looked like him. It's like, uh-oh. All right, and Shannon says, thank you, Donna. I hope you enjoyed your holiday. And you too. And thank you, everybody. Thank you for all the channel blessings. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And with the short talk, I hope everyone has a good Thanksgiving. Yes, everybody has a great Thanksgiving. And And stay tuned for more of my commentary of Donna Just Being Real. My channel's about dating, love, relationships, and toxic relationships. And I use different things. I do emanation, and I also do, trial stories and true crimes as a teaching tool to help people to date smart, not thirsty. Okay? And if you want to reach out to me, look in the description and you can find my email. You can email me if you need of coaching or if you have a viewer's request or advice on something. Okay? Or just email me for whatever it is. You can just email me. Feel free. So you can find the description or you can also find it in about page. All right? And love your special ones. And ladies and gentlemen, don't be no enablers to these type of people. Because you do, it tells a lot about yourself. That's all I have to say. All right, I'm going to read the last one. Pamela says, Happy Thanksgiving, Donna, and thank you for taking the time to spend with us today. I so much enjoy your channel, and I so much enjoy having you and everybody else. I'm leaving on that note. Everybody stay tuned for more. All right? Stay smart, not thirsty. Bye. And yeah, by the way, if y'all can put in, matter of fact, when this live stream is over, put in the comment section. Let me know what y'all cooking. What y'all cooking for Thanksgiving? Let me know. Let me know. Put in the comment section after this live stream. Share your thoughts. Let's do something pleasant. And also share what you're cooking. And also in the comment section, let me know what you're thankful for. That would be nice if you can, if you don't mind. Bye.